So, like,
I forgot to reset my HP.
I came here at 15:01. It was a minute.
Oh, wait, right. The max
Then-
HP
Then-
did increase. I forgot about that.
Then I had to edit all the stream information, so it's already like fucking 5 past. So like, so like.
Also, my right leg is throwing a hissy fit at me because yesterday, decided to cramp up like hell.
I rushed, I rushed to the toilet, took the shit, and then had to like just essentially like just fucking long stride back over.
You did have a level up
I
last
fully
time.
I fully began fucking like essentially metaphorically shitting myself. I was like, no fuck.
Don't worry. After all, you're the DM.
Yeah, that's the problem. You can't really do
Yeah.
fucking anything without me. So,
Is anyone
yes.
else going to be showing up? Or...
Hello, Scoochie. Hello, Rain. I don't really know. The numbers have been, like, low just in general, so...
Yeah, we're the only ones actually online, like the people in here right now. Isaac said they're not going to be able to make it. Para's probably asleep.
Most likely.
Don't really know about everyone else.
Or just has the invisible on again.
There we go. It's so hard to fucking find the mouse in the bloody... thingy. Let's see, objects. Where the fuck is the party?
Autism.
So that's them. So I need to get rid of the
V,
mimic.
do you have an image of your thingy
I already
midget
have them.
to use? Like some art you made or
Idea where they
something?
are. They're gone.
Yeah.
Idea where they
You
are.
might need it later.
If you want to send it to me now, we'll put your thing whenever you've arrived. Just get sit over and put in, essentially. Oh, yeah, there it is. There's the mimic. Oh, would have liked to have had all this stuff already ready, but oh well. What can you do? They're not able to make it. So who is here? So we'll have a total of 3 of us
God.
again. I can't wait to see my canonically accurate boy.
I need
I
to
know-
pull up the Twitch chat.
Why not pull them up? Get her here. Okay, cool.
I just found out that apparently there exist
We'll
spam
put this one
peanut
over here.
butter chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah? See, they're like, it's
Wait, where
bad
did the
then.
slug cats come from?
That happened in the last
Some of
session.
the viewers
So,
from Spore's stream.
yep. They are Scrooge's Pops and
Yeah,
academically
also, one of them
academically
swallowed a bone.
inclined Cyan Lizard. So wait, so the players are looking at chat now. I think one of them is.
I've always looked at chat.
Yeah.
I've always just had it open.
If you see any sort of like secrets ahead with what's going on in the chat, don't mention it to the others. Because technically speaking,
Yeah.
you are also a DM, like you were a DM before, so technically speaking, it would make sense. There we go. So all the dice are up
The
there.
greatest solution is that my character can't tell anyone anything anyway.
Yeah, that as well, like, Minx's character is literally a mute. They cannot
And
speak.
that messaging thing is gonna be hell on earth when it's used, so...
Yeah, the only real thing that they really actually would mention is just stuff to me, so at the very least I can do stuff with their player. Oh, hello, Breeze!
So I'm looking at the stream just in case, like, one of those viewer bots show up so I can try and nuke it.
That's what Squishy's also there for. They're able to do it as well, which is handy.
But I
Jesus
feel-
Christ.
But I feel like part of me
Oh.
wants to...
I was so comfy when my
Destroy.
alarm went off. Oh, man.
Oh!
So, yeah, we've been here for 5 minutes. It is now about to be
Alarm went
10
off.
past. But, as far as I'm aware, this should be everybody that is coming. If any other people appear,
The
we'll just...
blacklist exists. Right, it does. But I prefer if I do catch one of them, I want to nuke. I have
Well,
just
yeah, you can ban
always
them.
the type that just
You can ban
ban
them, but
hammer
but
when permitted.
you need to get their, like, whatever they put in first if it gets past the auto mod, because that way we can also ban future uses of the same term, is the thing. Anyway, with
Oh, and also
that,
I have my 2-liter water bottle, which I call the unit bottle.
anyway, just to essentially
This thing.
inform of what's been happening,
This thing.
um,
Ah.
yeah, just to essentially run it past, so the only one from the last session here is Ori. I'm pretty sure you've come to, like, every single session, Ori, haven't you? So far. Like, you've not missed a single one. I'm gonna shrink myself
Did I pack
down.
my bag?
So, yeah. Where we'd ended up last time, everybody had ended up going through the woods. They were going to the next city that was closest. And they had heard sounds. They went to go investigate them. Ori thought it was just some sort of weird giant spider thingamabobber.
Mhm.
The other people knew it was, like, just a bunch of things going around the place, and it happened to be the 2 slug pups and the Cyan Lizard that are now part of your party. The reason for it was because from, like, the first few sessions, you know, it had, like, 6 people, 7 people in it. There is now fucking 3 people. Not including me. Like, the numbers of people have gone down.
I have more people I can drag into this.
I'm
I've already
Yeah,
got
you
V here.
got
I'm sure I can get
dragged into this
Archer.
somehow.
I was gonna say, let's get Archer in here.
gonna be
I'm
honest,
gonna have to con Archer into coming and joining.
I wouldn't be that opposed, if I'm being honest, because the more people that are here, the slightly better this goes, especially when it comes to actual decision making. Simply because more people, more opinions get to be bounced back and forth. Make these slightly smaller. They're about more in the size of everything else. But yes. The, fuck's sake, my brain. Panicking is not good for me. So yeah. What happened is you'd all started to go off to the other area. The only one I would really remember any of this is Ori, since, well, they're the only one here from last session. But we're starting to go off to the other area, like the next city over, to explore more. And you had ended up in an encounter. They do have names, right? Yep. Sub has eaten a singularity bomb. A vortex bomb. They took a nibble of it. As far as they were aware, it was a very shiny rock.
Shiny rock, yum.
Yes, shiny rock. So, they've eaten a singularity bomb. It is in their stomach. I am apparently capping out on OBS, and I don't know why. Stop that, OBS. Stop, in the name of the law. Anyway, there we go. So there's that. This is just fucking stupid. Anyway, we're going to the other city across. That we're going to. Sub is eating a vortex bomb. Wait, I need to pull up things. Also, the Cyan Lizard is able to rival the Mimic. To a degree.
Mhm.
So, that ended up almost having the party have to fight the Mimic. That was fun.
Yeah, the mimic nearly went rage mode.
Yeah, the Cyan Lizard was pummeling them in a fucking strength contest. They were losing, but didn't lose. They were losing, but didn't. Yeah, they were losing, but they never lost. Let's hope OBS doesn't crash. Anyway, with that, you just fought the. Well, I say fought. That's in like quotations, I guess.
Or as in
You
confusingly.
had
More as in attempted.
interacted.
Because my character was frozen in fear.
Oh yeah, Ori's character was actively shitting himself in fear.
Yeah, they basically were just completely stuck mentally in a panic state.
Now, I will not fully tell you what exactly had caused the fear, but all you will know is one of the things, either one of the pups or the lizard, at the start of combat made them like feared, scared them.
So one of them has a type of intimidation ability.
Which is fucking potent as well, like incredibly potent.
And we don't know if it was one of the pups or the lizard.
I will just tell you this though, it's 100% not sub because they are so blissfully unaware.
Yeah, after all, they would have probably more melted my brain with an aw.
If you somehow got intimidated by sub, there'd be multiple
Intimidated
things.
by everything.
There'd be multiple things that are fucking wrong.
Yeah.
So yeah, just remember that well, sub just could not intimidate anything.
Yeah, because too cute and oblivious.
They are way too oblivious. They're beans! Oh yeah, they were also referred to as Bean 1 and Bean 2 in combat.
Yeah, Bean 1 and Bean 2. That's what they were called. And the lizard was called a hound.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, they have decided to join you. Sub looks like they are having the absolute fucking time of their life now, acquiring new friends. They don't even understand the fact that people almost died. They're still just like, yay, new friends! I'm still like, what the fuck? But, yeah.
Meanwhile, Liv is mentally recovering from what occurred.
Yeah. You decided to start helping out the Mimic, cause, well, the Mimic started to get quite fucking aggravated, which is entirely fair and understandable and justified for what the fuck almost happened to it. But even then, yeah. They're now part of your party. The Cyan Lizard is able to make a chair materialize out of nowhere and speak in full English with fucking cup of tea,
And has a
monocle,
British
top
accent
hat.
when doing so.
They are slightly British, you are correct.
Mhm.
Just do not
By
question it.
slightly, do you mean slightly or do you mean British? What part of Britain are we
It
talking
is
about?
it is me trying to make a British accent.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I say slightly British, because it's not that good. But they are also academically inclined. Also, this vortex bomb, if it goes off and you are by it, your character is literally turned into a red mist. This is worse than a meteor. This is worse than a fucking nuke. You let this thing go off, oh no, there goes half the fucking planet! And it is given to probably the one that should definitely not have it, but they've eaten it. So at the very least it is somewhat safer. Then he's leveled up. Anyway, with that done and out the road, what do you want to do now? Just fucking silence.
I
Oh yeah,
honestly
hold
don't
on.
know what to do.
Oh,
Well-
you should know better than
well-
I do.
Well, here, I'll give you your fucking options. You either sit here for the next fucking who knows how long until we decide the session ends, or you keep doing what you originally intended to do.
Yeah, let's do what we originally intended to
Yeah.
do.
Cool.
I
Off
have
to the
forgotten what we
fucking
originally
city.
intended to do, to be honest.
Jeez, we're going off to a city. You wanted to go over there to just
Yeah, we wanted
look
to go
around
to a
more. You
city.
wanted to, like, investigate places and stuff like that. That was your
And
original
what-
intention.
That's not what we
Then they
wanted to
appeared.
do.
Then they appeared, and that took the entire fucking session, because
Also,
combat
why do I
takes
see
forever.
the word V?
Because that is them.
Huh? Yeah, V's a
That's the-
person.
That's the other person, the VC. There's four of us
Yeah,
here.
It's just that my brain saw the name V and like thought of the character from Dandy's World.
Losing me.
Surprisingly, they named themselves before that character existed, so.
I
I'm
named
gonna need a
myself
brighter-
after V from Murder Drones.
I'm gonna need a brighter thing because the fucking
Oh! Right, I
shadows
forgot that
so
there was
far.
a different V. That it didn't have to do with Dandy's World.
Fuck it, I'm bringing back the airport.
How did I forget it?
What is an airport?
Oh, the airport!
Yeah, do you not remember
It's
from
an
like?
airport.
Do you not remember from like? I think it was either the first or the second session. The fucking
I know there is
airport.
an airport in this world
That-
people
this
just
was-
refuse
this was-
to go to.
This is the photo that I made. That people were thinking that eventually they'd have to fight it. So I decided to put like giant fucking like clamps onto it, and they still thought they were going to fight
Where
it.
did the airport come from?
Where did the airport come from? I have this image saved in a folder I have referred to as D&D. Is an airport that people got to see. I'm using it because it's brighter than the like thing that I just used for the shadows. Like it was just the first picture I found that was like light. Like if I just pick up an object, you can see the shadow on it now. Well, yeah, there's now just an airport. This is a real place, and you will be going there soon. That is something that will happen. And technically speaking, the only one who knows anything about it is Minx.
Ah.
Nobody else look at V. No, yeah. Nobody else look at
Yeah,
Minx's
well, don't
screen
worry.
but V. It's just so that way V's able to see stuff.
It's for V.
So, this is a modern day airport. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, in this fantasy world, there's an entire modern day airport, fucking windows, glass, airplanes,
There's
fucking
also
parking
the
lot,
floating, like,
all of it.
there's also that floating like building that spins at a certain axis.
Yes, there is also, if you had like read the notes before, there's a small village that they were at before that has both the judge and the courthouse spinning on the y-axis.
And also the
They made
constantly
it
spawning
spin.
lasagna.
They made it spin on the z-axis for a bit, but it spins on the y-axis. Both of them.
Yeah, and also
The
there's,
cat
like,
also
the-
floats and is vibing.
Yeah.
Ori has acquired the book of how to spin, which means they can make something spin and become intangible to everything, but they can only ever spin on whatever axis they decide. The village itself is just an entire fucking clown festival, essentially, with logic making no logic. Are they gonna get through security? Don't worry about that. How they get through security? How they get through how they get through security will matter whenever they need to get through security.
I have a feeling before they head into the airport. if
You're
they
not
are-
going in the fucking airport yet.
Okay.
You're going to a
So
fucking
basically,
village.
At first, Luke
I
just
will
pulls
change the
out
picture.
the magical stones and just begins relaying what happened to Lich Dad.
Start mentioning how Child just swallowed an entire fucking thermonuclear bomb. The metal detector will flare, cause someone's got a fucking nuke in their stomach. That's if it's still there whenever they get there. So this airport is not where they are? No, I just used it so that way I had something lighter. Hold on, I'll change the picture so it's not as confusing. Like, the one I had before, you could not see the fucking... I know English! Yippee! You could not see the shadow of the things below it. Fuck it. This picture, perfect. Much better.
The crab!
I'm so crap now.
Cause that way people don't get confused by what it is. Like, this way people aren't wondering, like, why are you at an airport? You're not at an airport.
Someone just said shrimp.
Sure.
We're in the ocean, for real.
Shrimp.
Big shrimp!
Big shrimp.
Anyway. Anyway, before everybody gets sidetracked and then this shit goes fucking nowhere for the next half an hour, we've already spent 20 minutes and we've not even begun.
Yeah, I already
Fuck.
was ready to go insane.
Oh,
You saw me
Lord.
getting primed to go insane, and you quickly
Hello,
cut it out.
Mario.
Oh, welcome back. This is a
We've
crab.
still not started, so...
Yeah, pretty much. Hold on, let me, pop. Perfect. Power was also the other one who was, here before. Now the party's got slightly more numbers as well, which is always a good thing.
Whee!
Because, yeah, that was... If you, Minx and V, if you weren't aware, the reason for these ones joining in, essentially, is because numbers were quite small.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because, like, literally, beforehand we had, what, like, 7 people in here? Like, 7 players and stuff? Maybe, like, 8 or so, or something like that?
Yeah.
And now we're literally, like, without me included, and before, like, V joined in, like, right now, this would be 3 people in the party.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not a really large number compared to what it was starting on. It's, kind of, that sort of a thing. That's good. Might not be the worst thing. You'd have to throw stuff by me and all that stuff. So, rough idea of what's going on there. But yeah, before we get into, like, another entire fucking side tangent, let's get this shit on the fucking road, shall we?
Yeah, otherwise we're gonna go
Alright.
batshit insane.
Oh, oh yeah, like, this normally happens. Anyway, these are still going along, still going to the city as well. You're perfectly fine, you're all level 4 now. It's been a bit since you were, like, able to level up, but then again, with less people, not a whole lot was really able to happen. But, yeah, these are still going. Red and the Cyan Lizard are both still skeptical of the party. Like, they trust the party enough to not attack anymore, but they are slightly, like, side-eyeing, glaring, sort of a thing. Sub, however, is having the fucking time of their life.
Understandable.
They are still fucking popping off.
And then there's Para.
Yeah, Power's like, within reason, out of all the ones here, the only one that would probably fit in the most as a sort of like parent role would be Power due to the fact that they are a slugcat. They are the same species.
The
And
one able to keep both sides of the groups from infighting.
yeah. But yeah. As far as you are aware, you're just walking. But they are definitely side-eyeing you. I'll also just tell you this. Out of the entire group, they have, like, let's say everybody's, like, on a scale of, like, trust, from minus 100 to 100, that sort of a
Is
thing?
that what the person with that is?
Like, that sort of reputation system and all that stuff?
Mhm.
When it comes to everybody here, the Lizard and the Slugpup called Red, they would have, like, minus 75, minus 90, like, reputation with you to begin with. Like, they are very skeptical of you.
Yeah. I guess they had the
Sub.
rock, they would just chuck it.
Sub, on the other hand, their scale goes from 99 to 100. 99 is for people who they have literally just met, and 100 is after about 5 seconds. They are so blissfully unaware of danger that they believe everybody could be a friend. They are very, very friendly. They are way fucking blissfully unaware. Like, they could see
Adorable
people,
little bean.
they seen people, like, being attacked, stuff like that. Like, they seen the Cyan Lizard just fucking, like, almost destroying the Mimic. They were still just distracted by the Vortex Bomb they found. They thought it was a shiny rock. So, you know, they're a little bit not smart. They're not
Yeah.
stupid, but they are
Basically,
just,
adorable little idiot.
they are just so blissfully unaware.
Just, a
Just so
blissful
full of
little
childlike
fella.
wonder. They are so full of childlike wonder
Hmm?
that you would not understand. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me, Rain. Sub has also eaten a tabby plort. So not only is there a bomb in there, but there's also a tabby plort somewhere.
Eh.
So, either you're going to see Sub act more like a cat, or the second this bomb comes back out of their stomach, you're going to see it with cat ears. Welcome to the world of possibilities.
Eh.
Oh yeah, I should also just mention, this is like a sort of thing, like, yous have already gotten, like, this slightly understood and stuff like that. And all. Because, you know, you've had multiple people joining the session midway through. But yeah, whenever it comes to, like, getting your character in, don't forget to just send me the messages of, like, what your character would do. Because, yeah, it's still your character. Yeah, you won't really be able to know if it's, like, them or not. The only one here who would somewhat know whenever it'd be somewhat like V's character would be joining would probably be Minx, because Minx knows what their class is. Nobody else does,
Mm-hmm.
apart from me. So within reason,
I had to help
the-
make it, so.
the mute character somewhat knows what's going on, but then again, they are
The
also
new character that can't really communicate.
They know
You
what's
are
going on,
also,
but they
like-
can't communicate it to
within reason,
everyone.
Minx. You knowing more than like any of the other people also somewhat makes sense, because to some degree, you are still a DM,
Yeah.
sort of a thing. Like, that was the
Basically,
intention going into this, so
the
you knowing
semi-player
more than others
DM
does make a lot of
state.
sense. So, like, you know, all fair. But yeah, Cadia Vortex Bomb, yeah, because a tabby port, you know what a tabby port does. Gives things the properties of a tabby slime. Technically speaking, they ate both of those. Who's to say they couldn't be put together? You just have a bomb that just explodes out with cats. Just a bomb just explodes, and all of a sudden there's now like 185 odd cats all around. Anyway, with that, these are gonna be going around the place. Sub is completely fucking blissful right now. Like, they are just so happy. Also, I
You're just an
believe,
oblivious little bean.
just as a little bit of a fun fact sort of a thing, Para tried to smite them, and whenever the, like, sort of, lightning had gotten close, it entirely arced away,
Even the lightning was
like,
like, I
fucking,
will not hurt this
like,
little bean.
annihilating the ground. So, like, that's also something to keep in mind.
The world itself said, we will not hurt this bean.
Maybe. It could have been the world, or it could have been them. You don't know what caused it.
Yeah, could be that this little fella is absolutely dangerous.
For all you
has-
know, this
has
could
powers
literally...
beyond mortal comprehension.
This could literally be a character that is even stronger than Power's power.
Yeah.
While Power has like a
Stronger
D100, Sub, for all you
Stronger
know,
than God
could have a
God.
D1000. Sort of a thing. like, you just don't know what could cause it.
Mhm.
So, yeah. Just know that for whatever reason, either directly or indirectly, somehow a powerful smite did not even make contact with Sub. But, with that, you're walking along, still going to the city, you're out of the clearing now, you're back into the forest, and all the trees and shit are around again. You know, typical forest shit. You can hear animals around the place, birds, whatever the fuck would be here. I don't really know, I don't go to many forests. Like bears, I guess. But as the day slowly starts to get darker and darker, not quite night yet, but leaves, thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, there's also leaves and shit, bushes. Well, yeah, as it starts to get a bit darker, late day, we'll say like maybe like 7, 8 p.m. in the day, that sort of like darkness and stuff. But it's starting to get to that point, and I still not, I still cannot find stock photo. But as yous are slowly going, I want all of yous to make me. Let's see. What sort of check do I want to have?
Perception check?
No, not perception. Not just because it's quite fitting. Make me a nature check.
Ooh.
Wonder what could be happening.
Alright.
Nature. What is nature?
Nature is intelligence.
Look rolls to see what the fuck
Okay,
nature has in connection to
So D20 plus intelligence modifier.
intelligence.
What is a nature check?
So,
I don't really know.
uh,
Like, in the confines of D&D, I wouldn't actually really know what you'd use it on. Like, would you use it on, like, mushrooms and stuff like that to figure out if they're poisonous?
I think that's it, yeah.
Fuck it, I don't care. If it's for nature, you'll understand why I'm doing this.
I thought I missed the enter button for a second.
Inspired use D100s for this, which means within reason. Imagine getting 100 and you all of a sudden start reciting every fucking mushroom known to man. It's not animal handling or survival, so I guess anything that doesn't fall into those. Fuck it, I'm gonna Google it. While rolls are still coming in, I'll just fucking Google it. Yeah, it's about all things and stuff like that, nature-wise. Like the terrain, plants, animals, weather, like the natural cycles of the sort of like area you would be in. It's kind of like a sort of thing of like being able to recall certain facts about an animal. Like, you know, a bear's diet. What sort of fish would live here. What, like, you know, the terrain's condition would be. You know, the ability to tell if it would have recently rained, that sort of a thing, I guess. I think I know what video you're on about, Scoochie. 83. Okay, so yeah, Para's the only one who'd passed this. So, Para, your character is able to tell that, quite recently, there was a drought nearby, as, well, the ground from going from all muddy. Now, it's still muddy, but you can tell that it was, like, man-watered. Like, it was manually given water again. as far as always concerned, it's like the ground's just a little bit more soaked than the rest of the ground that they were just walking on. And as far as Minx is aware, they're just on the ground. They're just walking still. They don't notice any actual difference. Oh yeah, as far as you are able to tell, something like it feels like somebody had manually watered the ground to give it back water when it was like completely dried out. The Mimic, Cyan Lizard, Red, and Sub seem to not really give a fuck. Sub because they are still blissfully unaware, they are just having the fucking time of their life. Red is keeping a close eye between both people and Sub, and Cyan Lizard is just, well, the Cyan Lizard.
Für den Grund möchte ich einfach irgendwas treten, ich weiß nicht wieso.
So what do you want to do? You've now been given a few options.
Liv is going to mostly just be fiddling with the magical stone.
With a bomb! Watch out, it's a grenade! So,
Wait a second.
you've gotten options. You can either try and figure out what could have caused the, well, mostly for power with this option, could decide to try and figure out why, the ground would have needed to have been watered. Everybody else, they can either just decide to, keep on going, I don't know, fucking like gather some mud or whatever. Or you can figure out what the other ones are doing. But you've got options. What do you want to do? Sub's still having the time of their life. They're running around.
I just remembered something. Remember
They're
when,
just like a child.
like early on in the campaign, when Liv asked Lich Dad for some help?
As far as you're aware,
Can I
the
try that
ground's
again?
just... Sure.
Like describing what they... Hold on, someone's just at the door. I heard someone at the door. Hold on a sec.
This is incredibly funny for me. Paramax, what do you want to do?
Just keep going to our destination.
You just happily want to go, just keep on going, fair enough. Power, you want to do anything
far
with
as
the fact that you know
When
what it
nothing
is?
is wrong.
Yeah, as far as you're aware, it's still just the same mud. It makes a bit more of a funnier noise, but that's just mud. Sometimes it
Okay,
is
I'm
just
back.
slightly more funny, making a funnier squidging
Mod
noise.
activities.
Mud. So, Power, you there? Hello? Never appears that they're gonna die. We continue. You also just want to keep going, you don't actually care. Fair enough.
Yeah. Liv is going to visibly be holding the, like, stones, so the others could, like, comment on it if they want.
No, but yeah, Scooch, I think I know what video you're on about. I'll quickly just see if it is. Yeah, user just wanting to keep on going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So, as yous keep going, I need yous to... What would even be the right check for this? Because as you would be getting to this place, it would be a lot darker in the night. Like, it is now, like, essentially around, we'll probably say, like, maybe, like, 9 p.m.? Maybe closer to, like, half 10? So... So, let's see. What check would this be? I'm thinking of a few funny checks that could just happen, like, yes, to do this, you must do a religion check. Pray to your god! But, let's see, what check would this be? It definitely would not be a sleight of hand. As funny as that would be, is not a sleight of hand. Hmm. Hmm. You know what, just roll me a dice, like you do for like a basic check sort of a thing. So for the people, just D20 power, roll D100, just roll,
Yeah.
just roll me a check.
Power just being a menace.
Just roll me a check.
Do we add any modifiers or?
No, just roll the dice.
Okay.
Yes, Gucci. I think I know from what you were mentioning before. I'm gonna send you it. Now, this might or might not be the video, but is this it? If it isn't, oh well. I tried. That's like fucking spread everything. Yep, found it, cool. Okay, so 1945 and an 8. So, this is where the fun comes in.
Oh god.
So, Hara and Ori, you are able to keep your eyes open mostly fine. It's like now slightly squinted, as if you were like looking at a torch, sort of a thing. There's a bit of a distance
I'm
away.
so sleepy.
Minx is slightly struggling to keep their eyes open because this place is quite bright. So is Sub. Sub does not look like they're having a very good time right now. However, you also see that there is a drone with them. It seems to be recording something. Or, well, it started recording. But Sub looks like they are, like, just not having a good time whatsoever right now. Whereas Minx is slightly squinting, Sub has their eyes closed, like, quite tightly. Like, incredibly tightly closed. Like, they just cannot handle looking at the place. And they've also essentially started to death grip on the Cyan Lizard. They are a trembling mess. But they do have a drone that seems to be looking around and recording what they are now in front of with everybody else as well. The Mimic, Cyan Lizard, and Red are also perfectly fine. They're able to keep their eyes mostly open like everybody else. Welcome to the city! What would you like to do?
I'm just staring at the others, waiting for their response.
You've also got to make a fucking choice. You're part of this party, Ori. Take some initiative.
I know, but I want to first see what the others are gonna say.
Did we go to the city to do anyway? Or were we just going to the city to
People
go
wanted
to
to come
city?
here. People wanted to come here because they were wanting to look around and stuff like that. You know, it was the next closest city and gets them away from the capital, sort of a thing. But look, what else could
Yeah.
possibly happen?
It seems like the light is very bright
You're
as fuck.
vibrating aggressively. Well, okay, so power's now become a jackhammer. But instead of it going up and down, it's now side to side, but they seem perfectly fine like this, as if nothing is actually happening. But you also see them vibrating like left and right like a jackhammer. Just going... But yeah,
My lungs.
I would advise, quite a lot, in fact, that you help Sub's ability to see. Do not forget, they have a bomb inside of them.
Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
is right. They do in fact have a bomb.
So,
we should probably
so
make
them
sure
them becoming
that Sub's gonna be
stressed,
alright.
them becoming stressed, panicked, like afraid and stuff like that, just not doing very well, could end up probably causing them to inadvertently have the bomb go off.
It's like babysitting.
Yeah.
They're both Red and Sub are fucking infants. Have you ever seen a slug pup? They are children.
Wait,
Literal children. They are
Kara's gonna
pups.
give-
They are babies.
Yeah, they're literally small beans.
Mhm.
They're just
Sub
small
is not having a very
beans.
good time. Red seems perfectly fine though, as if this is just like a normal occasion. Their eyes are slightly squinted, like you know the way whenever like you'd look at something sort of a thing, that'd be like bright in the distance, like your eyes would slightly close but not really. Like about like 2% close sort of a thing. That sort of a thing. That's what Power, Ori, and Red, the Mimic, and the Sign Lizard are all like. Power gives Sub a
Who's
hug.
going to also try to comfort Sub.
My character's too stupid to do anything.
Yeah,
My
you're
character
you're
doesn't
slight
understand.
you're slightly fucking flashbang by this thing,
Yeah.
and Sub is not having a good time.
Yeah, and I want to try to help
So
calm Sub down.
so what I need yous to do for me is I need yous both Power and you Ori. I want yous to both make me a persuasion check right now. With
Okay.
disadvantage.
Okay. Okay, first roll is pretty alright. Let's hope I don't fuck it by having said that out loud. One other time. One.
I need to know your roles, so laughing like a maniac does not tell me shit.
Since it's a persuasion, it will probably have charisma as one of the bonus things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna quickly check. Charisma +1. So that'll be a +1.
Okay, not 20. Yeah, but you'd have to get
Since the
two
roll
of
at
them.
disadvantage, I have to take the lower roll. So the final score would be this. I got an unnatural 20 and a natural 20.
Yeah. So, Ori, you'd failed. Power barely is allowed to pass this due to the fact that they are also slughead. So, Power, you now need to make me a performance check. With disadvantage. It is also charisma, by the way. Ori, you've been heavily glared at by Red, essentially stopping your approach entirely. $42 and $41. Yeah, you're definitely able to comfort them, sort of a thing. Like, you're able to hold them gently, but Red does not look overly amused. They look like they're only allowing you to do it since Sub seems to be slightly okay with it. Because they're still a fucking trembling mess. But you had barely passed both times. Funnily enough, for the charisma one, you'd got it on the dot to 23. And it was a 40 for the performance check. So even if Ori had passed the like the persuasion one, they would not have been able to pass the thingy, the performance check. Even then, that's if they were also a slug cat, otherwise it would have been a 80. To make this clear for people, Red is very protective. The only reason Power was able to pass it there is because they are also a slug cat.
Yeah.
And it does seem to be
I
helping
just
Sub a little.
barely failed the first thing.
Oh, because you had failed the persuasion check, Red literally looked at you as if he was about ready to, rip your head open.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Red is very protective of Sub.
Understandable.
Like, the checks were made slightly easier for Power due to the fact that they were a slug cat.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason. Kind of like how, like, remember the first session? Snow picking up the fucking dragon egg? They were only scared because they were a,
I still
thingy?
remember that.
Yeah. This is the same thing, but literally barely scraping by.
Mhm.
Like, if it did not seem like it was actually, like, doing Sub any good, Red would have probably have immediately fucking slammed their spine. Because Sub seems to be slightly doing better, and by slightly I literally mean, like, fucking barely improving, Red's decided not to smash open your spine. Red is very protective of Sub. And if you are not careful with that, you could very well, in this city, end up being in the middle of a fucking fight. So, I suggest heavily that you make sure that things do not get too close to Sub. Because if it does, you could end up in a fucking fight.
Yep.
The drone is still recording stuff, though. Like, it is still, like, recording all over the city and all that. It seems to be doing mostly its own thing, but it sits at a constant position around Sub. Think of it like an orbit. It has a full orbit around Sub, essentially, that it will sit at. But, either outside of the city, Power's character is gently and loosely holding Sub as to not trigger Red's immediate action to bludgeon them open, like a jar of jam. But yeah, he's just outside the city. I would heavily advise you find something to help Sub be able to see.
Let's go to a glasses store.
Ah yes, because glasses would help them here. Make the light clearer to see to burn their retinas. I think what you mean to say...
Glass.
That's even worse. That's a manual pair of glasses. I think what you would be wanting to look for here
My leg
is
still trying to
sunglasses.
murder me.
Yeah, glasses store. They have sunglasses there.
I think this place would have, like, just a glasses store with sunglasses in it. And not just a bunch of fucking, like, glass cups. But yeah. It would be
Speaking of-
advised you find something.
I heard water, so
It would definitely be worth getting something to help with Sub's ability to handle the fucking bright light.
yeah. Maybe like a fidget toy?
Why is that? How are we gonna?
Why
find
would a
those?
fidget toy help them when literally everything in this city would flashbang them to such a degree
right.
it could kill a child?
True.
That's
They
what
are-
I got over their head.
They are literally trembling.
Oh.
If they were trembling anymore, they would break like a fucking minifigure from the Lego games.
Yeah, we should probably.
With the
maybe
sound and
actually,
all.
Like, skip the city for now.
Oh,
Because-
it's too late.
Yeah.
You have come to the city.
I feel terrible.
I know.
This is the sort of side objective which you may want to get done sooner or later, or else you may have a bomb on your hands. You should definitely get something to help Sub's ability to, at the very least, handle the light a bit.
Or can I roll perception to find some sort of glasses shop with sunglasses in to buy?
If you want to walk into the place, you could.
Yeah. I don't know
I'm okay
where else
with-
we're gonna find anything.
I'm okay with a temporary separation occurring.
Might be a good idea if Para stays with the Slug Cats while me and
After
Ori
all-
go off to find something.
Yes. I think that would actually be a good idea. After all, Para is very much a slug cat, so they would trust him more than us.
Hmm? Oh, that's alright, I just zoned out for a fucking moment, cause I'm trying to get myself a drink.
Normally I'm the one who zones out, buddy!
Yeah, but I also got to sleep at like fucking 2 a.m.
Damn, I got to sleep at 6
Understandable.
a.m.
I then got woken up at 9, so like...
I also woke up around 9.
Me and Ori want to go split off from Para and the slug cats and stuff to go find something to help.
So, you and Ori are gonna split off to one direction.
The
While
rest stay where
They
they
could
are.
go a different direction so that we can, like, try to...
the
That's
Mimic
why
would...
we
maybe-
split up the party.
The Mimic would probably go with Fuse, since the Cyan Lizard is more than, essentially, like... It's kind of like the Mimic, but in a different way.
It's basically Mimic Rainworld Edition.
The Mimic is just brute strength. Fully brute strength. It would be like your typical barbarian deciding to just smash everything open as their only solution. That sort of a thing.
Mhm.
But the Cyan Lizard is more of a sort of, like, same sort of stat amount, but it's more branched out sort of a thing.
So, like a jack of all trades.
No. They're just more, like, spread than Thingy would be.
So, much less glass cannon.
No. You're getting confused. So, the Mimic is literally a one-trick wonder. They are just a big tank. Literally. Think of a tank. Big thingy. Very durable.
Whenever I hear tank,
It
I
do
just think
big
of the Russian
damage.
death fridge.
Like, you know, it just do big damage. Very tanky. Very large motherfucker.
Yeah, whenever I hear tank, I just think of the Russian death fridge.
A tank with skin. Perfect example. The Mimic is just a tank with skin.
Oh, that just gave me a mental image that was cursed. Oh.
Sucks to be you then. But yeah, while the Mimic
I just
is
imagined a tank with human skin.
cool, but you get the idea. It is literally a giant walking tank.
Yeah.
The Cyan Lizard, however, is not a giant walking tank. They have more of an intelligence. They have a more methodical and tactical way of dealing with things. Their solution is not literally just smash it open with a fucking hammer. They can, but they would usually try and do other alternatives.
Yeah.
Does that make more
Oh,
sense?
Yeah, Rain just imagined it as well.
Does that make more sense?
Yeah.
While the Mimic is just strength related, just literally brute strength, the Cyan Lizard is more multi-tool sort of a thing.
Yeah.
They are able to be diverse into more areas and still do well than the Mimic would
Is
be.
it okay if me and Minx go separate directions so that we can like scour more of the area to find like losses?
Yeah. Power, what are you wanting to do? You want to stick with the essentially just Slug Cat family?
Excuse me, the Cyan Lizard has a name. Thank you.
What was its name then?
Cyan.
Is it just Cyan? But like, yes.
Yes,
Okay, cool.
just Cyan.
Cyan. Okay. I'm not sure if it had like a full name or whatever. So yeah, just being safe with it. Yeah, Cyan and the others. Yeah, you are? Cool. Remaining schemes go unmatched. Fuck yeah. You do better than I do. Because I just stop and lock up from a name. But yeah, while yous are going off to go find sunglasses or just some sort of
Anything
like
to help block out the
like
light.
sunglasses, like either sunglasses or literal sunglasses, like you know, you got the normal
Or
ones that are just like
parasol, because those also can help block out light.
not the way this light is. A parasol would be good at blocking out the sun from staring directly at it.
Yeah. Just aiming
Like,
the
you know-
parasol at the light.
You know the sort of like sunglasses which make like either like they're literally just black lenses,
Somewhat.
or they're sort of like, you know, orange lenses sort of a thing, but they're clear through sort of a thing. Like, you know, you got the ones that are like essentially one way, like you can see out of them, but people can't see your eyes, or the ones that are two way. You know, that sort of a thing. The sunglasses. Yeah,
Oh
but
yeah, one of those shader thingies.
it's trying to find a way to like describe them. But it's either like your literal traditional sunglasses, just black lens,
Nick's just posted an
Or-
image.
glasses made to look at the sun. Yeah, something like that could also technically help, but it is still incredibly bright.
Oh yeah, those are called visors. I'm an idiot.
It would help with, like, you know, just straight ahead, but, you know, the sides, like, in their peripheral
No,
vision
all
would still be
around.
bright as fuck.
So basically,
But
we
it
need
would
to
help
find
quite a
glasses
lot.
that are, like,
Eclipse
ski
glasses?
mask
Yeah.
glasses.
Yeah. Eclipse glasses. Sunglasses or eclipse glasses.
My brain.
Something that essentially... Something that is essentially able to, like, block out, like, up to, like, 90% of the light in all of their vision and peripheral sort of a thing. Like, you need something that would be good. But, like, do you know what I mean? Sort of a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So it's that sort of a thing you would be looking for. Now, the Mimic is going to be going with yous, because, yeah, the Sign Lizard is definitely capable of
Wait.
just protecting the others.
Ori, are we splitting up, or are we us two sticking together?
I would suggest you stick together for this, it'll be a lot easier.
But I'm also okay with splitting off.
You can split off from, like, Power, Cyan, Red, and Sub. But if you are to split up as well, that essentially means that there would be 3 points that would
Yeah,
need to have stuff going
Ori,
on.
we should
So
stick
yeah, let's stick
together.
together.
I'll just mention this. The more you split up, the harder everything becomes for everybody. Because that means I need to juggle 3 areas at once, 3 scenarios at once, and you also have to be able to figure out what your scenario is, while also getting information from the other scenarios.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna stick with Minx. I keep on forgetting what your character's original.
Tangerine.
Tangerine was their name, right?
Tangerine.
I
Yeah.
suggest you
I keep
prepare.
on forgetting their name.
This is going to be a bit of a fun game.
Funky mayhem.
Oh, this is where the fun comes in. Because if he's end up fucking this up, then all of a sudden, I can cause more
Boom.
problems for yous. But yeah, make me perception checks.
Yeah.
Alright, perception
suggest-
checks.
I suggest you all get ready for
What's
what's gonna come.
disadvantage?
No, just normal perception checks. Power's just
Okay.
Power's by the others. They're just all sitting where you were at to begin with. And stuff like that, but yous are actively also going around to check. So, it's not the worst. Your rolls are shit. You just make them inversed, so your shit rolls are now good rolls. All of a sudden, you're starting to roll like 20s and stuff.
Where the fuck? Where? Perception, wisdom. Wisdom has a 1 modifier.
What the fuck? How did you roll 3 dice?
Wait.
It's 3 + 1 = 4.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot more
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, that's how I
Like,
did
you
it.
just
I
confused
just
the
forgot
shit
to
out
put
of
in roll
me.
and bonus and stuff. I was just too lazy for that at the moment.
You could have at least put it all on one fucking line then, or just sent me your result.
Sorry.
Because as far as I was aware, you rolled 3 dice, and that incredibly confused me, because one of those is a fucking nat 1. So, like...
Oh, let me change it.
Nah, it's fine, but like...
We both
this
rolled
better?
horribly anyway, we ain't seeing nothing.
Well, you two aren't sure if there's even a building in here that has the ability to sell shit. Despite the fact there's like at least 20 shops within view. Yeah, Power's able to see a shop. Now, if they point you towards it or not is up to
Power able
them.
to separate from the pubs.
What slash has the party been doing? They're wanting to try and find a shop to see if they can find something to help sub out. Oh yeah, by the way, fucking hello, Luco. 59 for the point. For pointing. Imagine trying to point something out to somebody and all of a sudden the entire area gets nuked. Oh man, that would go horribly wrong. But yes, welcome in, Luco. But yeah, the party's been trying to find something to help out with Sub being able to look around and not be absolutely in the shit. That just sounds like addictive. Yeah, Power's able to point these both to the what looks to be a stand of all sorts of different wares and trinkets, stuff like that. But you are able to see something that you're wanting to get to help Sub out. What do you do?
How much money do I have?
Yes.
Okay.
Just how much money do I have? Yes.
You've essentially got the same amount of money as a dragon's entire horde would be worth.
Oh right.
Like-
we did
I'm
nuke
just
that
gonna-
dragon once.
Do you remember Echo's character?
No.
Oh yeah, right. He's
So they sold
he-
stuff that they had, like with all their characters' words and stuff like that, and they essentially almost broke the entire fabric of reality and the entire economic system.
Oh.
They
I was
immediately
there for that.
they immediately became almost as rich as an entire capital would be.
Jesus.
And to sum up how much money the
Wow.
capital would have, it is like around essentially like 10 trillion worth of all the
Jesus
property,
Christ.
of all the money that would actually be in there.
I
A
forgot about
capital, a capital is huge and incredibly wealthy. Like capitals are fucking mega money. Echo got about like 25% of that just from selling all their stuff. So like, you know, you just don't have to worry about money. Like,
Mayhem.
nothing seems they just get up to the store. It's motor functions. Yep, that's the power of a D100. Every possibility becomes possible. I've been so tempted to give, like... So I'll just give this as a slight little hint. I have been very tempted. I have been very tempted to give power to deck of many things.
Do you guys enjoy eating pancakes with ice cream sandwich?
I've never done that before. They go and they freeze
I've
the
never
whole...
done that.
I did eat
World
pancakes
needs
with
to
ice
load.
cream once. It was fairly good.
Anyway,
I don't
back
eat
back to the point I had.
pancakes.
Thanks. Ori, what are you doing?
Freeze the load.
Power's been able to point you out to the place. Minx has now asked how much money you have, which the answer to that is yes. So what do you
Okay.
want to do?
Yeah. I guess we don't have to worry about that
You want to 50 billion? Yeah, pretty much.
at the moment.
Wait,
You,
so they
if you ever have money struggles, there is something wrong.
Yeah.
well, how much can I buy?
I guess we could buy
Mm.
sunglasses for all of us.
I don't think we all need sunglasses. I mean, I'm squinting a little still.
Well, yeah,
That's
but
not nearly as
still,
bad.
better
But you
safe than
were-
sorry.
you were also like in that living dungeon for like a while, so you were used to it being quite a bit darker, sort of a
Yeah.
thing. Like this isn't
So
deafening or anything. You're just slightly adjusting.
yeah. Does the store have sunglasses? I forgot. I'd assume it does.
The stand has sunglasses or like eclipse glasses, like you would see for snowboarding and stuff like that. But yeah, it's got
Um,
options that you could potentially get and acquire. You do also see a person running the shop. Or are they buying the city? Buying the city would take a lot more than just money. You could buy out individuals, but you could not buy out everyone. You know.
Using Mage Hand, can I point to the Sunblasters?
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh,
How
it
is
just.
my character meant to do this?
It's not that. It's just like you just sounded so like question. Like, you know, could you use Mage Hand? Could you not use Mage Hand? Is Mage Hand
I'm
even a
tired.
possibility? No, but like you
I'm
sounded. It's not that. It sounded like you weren't sure if you even had Mage Hand. But yeah, or what do you want to do? Or are you just gonna sit back and watch?
Just trying to comprehend what's going on.
You're just trying to comprehend. You know what? Fuck it. Roll me a D100 to see if you're able to comprehend reality.
Yeah. It would be fitting for a character that was raised by a lich to suddenly just.
Don't forget to check.
Question: what modifiers
Yeah.
would that have?
Nothing. Just roll me a
Okay.
D100.
Oh, a D100. Whoops.
Yeah. You're seeing if you're able to get. You're able to
That
see
was
if
from a
you're getting.
D20.
You're
Wait,
getting to
how
see
the
if you
fuck
can
does a
even
D100
handle.
look? You're
It's.
forgetting how a D100 looks like.
Oh fuck it. Roll me 2d10 and type in both of their results as it says on the dice into the fucking chat then.
Alright, here's a. Ah!
Let's see.
No, you're not launching yourself
let's
off the
let's
cliff.
see if I have to start giving the debuff of like sanity breaking. Let's see if we're giving people debuffs now. See if we can kill people.
And then I have the first roll, now the second roll. It does not look good.
Okay, so in total you've got a 41.
Oh, that's not bad.
So you're
Pretty
able
good
to.
time zone.
Well, yeah, but that's on a D10. If they didn't really have a D100, which for future note, or if you want to just look at my thingy, this is a D100.
Oh. Oh, I do have that. It's just that I didn't recognize it.
It is literally just a D10, but it's got 2 numbers on it instead of 1.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm used to D100s as being round balls.
What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean like a literal 100-sided dice?
I've got a friend who has an 100-sided die that they bring to D&D.
Jesus fuck. You know what? You
It's
know
just
what?
a massive ball.
If I get to hear that thing roll, I will immediately give them a fucking 100 roll. Saying, like, Power still has one. Power still has one. They have the ability to bend, like, the reality to them for an action. That could even be to make a lasagna, like, 40% larger. Like, you know.
Yes!
Like, it could literally be anything. Hold the fuck on, that is not... What the fuck?
Yeah, we have that.
Why is that real?
It's like, I'd say around the size of maybe half your palm. So much bigger than the regular dice.
Just a little bit bigger. So yeah, that's just a little bit large. But yeah, Ori,
those exist.
Ori, apart from like your character just being like fucking confused as shit, is how the hell there's enough power here to run all these lights? You're able to get the fabric of reality perfectly fine. You're able to stay sane.
For now.
What do you mean for now? You wanted to make more of these fucking clinically insane checks?
I mean, it would make sense for
Want
a
me to just-
character with
want
no
me to
being
just
raised
give
by
you
a
the
lich
insanity
probably
debuff?
Wouldn't understand quite a few concepts in existence.
You want me to give you the fucking insanity debuff?
Nah, I was just joking. I
Because
was just
trust me
being
when I
menace
say this,
mentally again.
the insanity debuff is very bad. Very
Anyway.
bad. Anyway, with all that shit over and done with, them being able to get the fabric of reality under their grasp, the person running the store is very confused. They just see you pointing at the glasses, and they don't know what the fuck you're after.
Can I use message? The mind messaging thing.
So it's literally just you're able, like, as long as you're able to see a creature, you're able to tell it something.
I think, yeah, hold on.
Because,
I'll
like,
read
yeah,
it.
what is messages saying? Like, it's literally just you are able to send a message to something as long as you can see it and it can understand your language.
Yeah, so you point your finger towards a creature within range and whisper a message. The target and only the target hears and can reply in a whisper that only you can hear. And then you can cast it through objects and stuff as long as you know the target is there.
So, as long as you're able to, like, understand that the target is on the other side of a wall, essentially, there is almost nothing that can get into the way of it, and it's almost like speaking telepathically.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I guess the only difference would be is you wouldn't point at them, you would just stare at their, like, general direction since you do not have hands.
Yeah.
You cannot point.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, you're able to use a message on them.
Anyway,
Fill them up with 4 fucking voices all at once.
yeah, I'm gonna just write out what they hear.
Just
In 4
also
different things.
also write down which personality it is, like the pissed off one, the angry
They're
one,
just-
all that stuff.
They're just kind of numbered, that's the thing.
That's even funnier if I'm being
I've
honest.
got 4 numbered ones.
Yeah, and I'll just read them out so this way the people in chat are able to see what the fuck these are. Cause I'm gonna be honest, whenever you told me like they would just hear 4 voices at the same time, funny as shit. Just out of nowhere, you just start hearing 4 voices. One of them's like really nice, the other one's just telling you to go fucking die.
Alright, I'm
Another
gonna
one's
banish
just
for a bit. I have to do something.
Another one's just like, you've got to do the dishwashing, and another one's just like, are those Yeezys over there? What is the Declaration of Independence backwards? Oh god, the voice is just... So what, Max, you're just writing out the messages?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Just make sure... So where are you typing these exactly?
VC chat.
Okay, cool. Because yeah, I want to be able to read these out so the people in the chat can also then fucking see what the hell this is. Because yeah. But yeah, oh, I don't know why I brought Paragraph by accident. Yeah. Okay, so one of the voices are silent. One of the voices goes, "Those things." One of them is just going, "Glasses, glasses, glasses now." And then one of the other voices is just going, "Glasses, please." If I'm gonna be honest, I really like the fucking those things. Because that is just fucking amazing. He's a little stupid. Yeah, those things. They have a name, No, they don't. They're called those. So they're gonna. So from being messaged, apart from like the slight fucking look of a little bit of confusion, because they just got fucking talked to by 4 voices all at the same time. Well, I guess 3, because one of them just didn't fucking speak. But like, they just heard multiple voices all just speak out of fucking nowhere. They didn't see anybody speak. But they just seen, like their mind was just filled up of 3 voices all at the same time. And apart from, like, just a brief moment of, like, slight confusion of just, like, what the fuck just happened? They pick up the glasses, and them essentially just into the mage hand, and they ask for 10 gold pieces.
So, hold on, you know how I said 3 is stupid? 3 might be the one in control. So counting's gonna be fun.
1, 18, 27, 4, 68, 22. 13.
So,
Hamster cage. Frisbee disc. The Declaration of Independence. The Fitness Grand Pacer test is a mobile aerobic capacity test meant to test the endurance.
So I first put out 7 pieces.
Okay.
7 gold pieces. That's definitely the right amount.
Okay, so I have to go for dinner. So basically, just
Alright.
imagine Liv just for a moment having like one of those existential crises.
They're just sitting there like, you know,
crisis,
what
and then
the
just
fuck?
fucking
What
collapsing
the
onto the ground.
What the fuck is a Yeezy? What the fuck is lettuce? So, they're gonna just look at the amount that you put on there. They're gonna push it back and look like somewhat like, just like, you know, are you a fucking moron? Oh shit, alright! And then just flicks out. No, but
And I
yeah,
put one more. One more gold piece.
I guess. I'm gonna be honest, whenever you said you put 7 on there, I was literally ready for you to say you put about, like, you know, 40 pounds of just solid gold onto it. Just, here you go, have 80 ingots! Did Eagle Beans rats? So, seeing that you seem to be physically inept of the concept of numbers and counting, they lay all the gold pieces out as if they were talking to a toddler. And they go through them, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they then press like on empty spots where there should be gold coins. 9, 10. 10 gold pieces. Like they're talking to a fucking 4-year-old. What do you do?
Can I put 11 pieces out in total?
I guess. If you want to put 11 in there.
Yeah, 11.
Yes, 2 spots are open. How's about I just put 11? Hold on, 11 more or up to 11?
11 in total.
Okay, I was gonna laugh if you like added an additional 11.
To do tea now, is that alright?
So yeah, they acquire it, and they hand it to the mage hand, which is for some fucking reason just decided that 2 spots means 3. But yeah, they hand you the glasses. There is other things in this shop as well that you can decide to go buy if you wish.
What else is there?
I'm glad you asked. From there being multitudes of tools, from literal like fucking pickaxes to axes, lockpicks, to like saws, the whole lot.
Yeah.
There's also like things like timers, bombs. There's like wrenches. There's gears. There's crossbows. There's a fuel cell. Entire battery pack. You know, there's an assortment of things that you would be able to make if given enough time. What do you want?
Can I sit there for a couple, or not sit, stand there for a couple seconds, looking at the items, and then just walk away with my glasses?
I like the fact that there's a bomb there, and you just decide, nah.
Nah.
Glasses. I meant sunglasses. My brain is not fucking working today. I don't know why. I want to eat a frisbee and explode. Fucking hell. Anyway, Jesus Christ, I'm losing my mind. This is not how I thought this was gonna go. Holy shit. Okay. Anyway, well, I'm gonna go. Ugh. Anyway, yeah, if you just wanna look at the things, stare at them, look at everything, and then just walk away
Yeah.
as if you couldn't be fucking bothered, you can.
Yep.
That works.
I'll go back to the like the slug cats and stuff.
The Power Red sub and all.
Yeah.
Fair enough. The Mimic is still falling behind you as well, though, by the way.
Mimic had no comment on that situation.
Doesn't really talk.
I mean,
You know.
physical comment too.
What, did you
Could have
expect it
done
to...
something.
Did you expect it
Could
just to
have
become a
helped me
fucking... And to be honest, the Mimic found it kind of funny. Like, all things considered, the Mimic found it funny how you could not count to 10. As if the number 10 does not exist. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. The number 10 just does not, like, comprehend as reality. The number 10 does not exist, it's a figment of your imagination. I'm just now
Anyway.
imagining, like, somebody says the number 10 and your brain just tunes it out. Like, your brain just physically cannot comprehend that there could be a 1 and a 0 after each other. But yeah, you are able to go back. What you see is what looks to be Sub being passed out on Red's back. Sam is just watching over them. But you have acquired sunglasses. So at the very least, the second that Sub wakes up again, they're not going to be struggling their ass off. The drone, however, is still recording.
Can I? I'm gonna try and put the sunglasses on, Sub.
It's like Mage Hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're able to do that. I don't see why they
I put
would...
them on upside down.
Fucking... Ah, yes! Perfect! Ah, genius! The perfect way to wear them!
They still work like that.
Oh, fuck. Oh. I'm just not picturing just a fucking slug puff of upside down sunglasses on. However, it seems your tomfoolery has come to bite you in the ass. Red looks incredibly fucking aggravated. They look royally pissed. They are fucking readying themselves to essentially confront. They don't understand what the fuck is going on. However, I want these all to make me a perception check
Okay.
with disadvantage.
Okay.
Everybody this time. Or his character will just say so zoned out of reality right now, as if they just become completely unaware that the fact that there is things going on around them. Like their brain's just empty of just like, lasagna. By the way, although your characters don't notice, V has followed. Like, your characters aren't aware of this at all, but V is following you, hence why the Mimic is slightly further back. Yeah, Red looks like they're absolutely about to go on a fucking feral frenzy. But this perception check is necessary. So for power, it's D100, like normal, plus all the normal things for their rolls. V, you just need to add your wisdom modifier to it, like a normal thing would be, but it's with disadvantage. Power got a 28! Not just for shits and giggles, I'm also going to do this for the Mimic, because fuck it, why not? Hmm. 13! So now we just need to wait for V's roll. Fine.
5.
Fuck yeah. I also now need to reacquire the object. So, V is scared the fuck out of by this. Not to like Ori's degree of shitting themselves, but they did not see this coming. Power was fine with it. They just got to see this coming in. Banks, you're only slightly startled by it. You're just startled more by its sudden appearance and not by it itself, if that makes sense. Same for the Mimic. But, it is fucking time.
What's a chair?
Oh boy. So, Power and Ori know about this. Now, Ori isn't here for this, however, there's a reason for this chair.
What have I missed?
You missed the fucking funniest shit in the world. You remember that thing about the British accent?
Oh, I see now. I see now.
And remember the
Yeah, I see.
monocle and stuff?
Yeah, I see.
The chair, all caps. Now,
Yeah, I see now.
the question is, can this even fit on this? It can! Hold on, I'm gonna make this into a... Instead of just saving them separately, I'm gonna save them as one object. Hold on. So, fuck it, I'll just keep that there. And then save this, because this is very funny. So who is who again? I think Power is the green one. Maybe? Yeah, okay, so hold on. I'll just go through everything. So, the Mimic, Cyan, Red, and Sub are technically NPC, but controlled by the DM, who is me. We have Para, who is a jester, who uses D100s instead of D20s for those things. Every time they roll, there's a random number that I decide in my head, before they even make the roll in the first place, that if they get it, they make a meteorite spawn. This is the same for all D100.
Impossible.
The only number off limits is an 100, as 100s are special. If they get an 100, that becomes a thing that they can then use as a sort of like token that they can spend to do literally anything they want for an action. Doesn't matter what it is. It could literally just be to make a fucking, like, a literal spinning dragon just T-posing in place. It could be to make a chair just fold itself up and fly away like an airplane. Or it could be to make a grain of sand talk. It could literally be anything. So apart from an 100, every other number has the chance to just become a fucking meteorite destroying the entire area. Which they used to fucking remove a dragon from the campaign outright. And I'm still fucking surprised they, like, all three of them even got their fucking numbers to get a fucking meteor. Which makes me slightly scared to do it again. But yeah, Tara is the jester, the one with the D100s. Ori's character is the weird fucking paper book thing. And the little mushroom thing, Mandarine, is Minx's character. The party is yet to see V. They are in the party, but they're yet to see them.
Yeah, V's character is called. Should I say V's character's name? Or.
You can say their name, there's no harm in that.
Yeah, V's character is called Stella.
But yeah, right now they're just not seen. But they are part of the, party now. So, yeah. That is all the people. There were a lot more, but they have gone for their own reasons, so now numbers have dwindled, hence why hence why I was wanting to find a way to increase numbers again. To, at the very least, balance it out a little bit with a few encounters, so they're not literally fighting two goblins and they're struggling. Which, although that would be incredibly funny, would go very bad.
Anyway, chair.
Anyway!
Chair.
I don't need to, like, fucking... I need to fucking compose myself for this shit. But to explain a little bit of this, just so you are aware of, essentially, what exactly this academically inclined Cyan Lizard is, they go to both university and college at the same time.
Oh.
Simultaneously. How they do it is a mystery, but they go to both college and university, and may or may not know how to do a lot of things, like nuclear fission, go over the exact laws of time dilation, you know, that sort of a thing. Just some of the basics. They're academically inclined. Because, you know, nuclear fission is definitely basic. Like, it's the most basic of all. I don't even know how to even, like, fucking word this either. How would you, in a, like, posh British way, explain fucking sunglasses? How do you explain sunglasses poshly? How do you explain sunglasses poshly to begin with? Apart from just saying, like, you know, they just help with, like, blocking out the intensity of light. Like, how do you say that poshly? How do you say that these are meant to help you look at the sun? Like, how do you do that? You could just say that? I guess. But it feels like there'd be more to it. Hold on, I want to see. Hold on. I'm going to use Google. Why is it all in caps? It's just giving me posh words for sunglasses. I have found it. Just a bit posh, not overly fancy. Well, I've just found one of how to describe sunglasses, and it's incredibly funny. These accessories are quite the helpful asset as they block out the light of the sun. Well, you see, that goes on par with this. I can't believe there's actually a fucking, like, highly thingy version. I don't even know how to describe it. My brain is just not fucking working. A fragile facial rare known as glasses are commonly used as eye protection against a big ball of fire in the sky known as the sun. This prevents tiny retinas from being harmed. There's many fun options. Because I'm gonna whip out the British and you see, here's what I've gotten from Google. A form of protective eyewear designed primarily to prevent bright sunlight and high-energy visible light from damaging or discomforting the eyes. Sunglasses. I'm sorry, they're informally called shades or sunnies. Who the fuck refers to them as sunnies? Does anybody do that? Small person. Sunnies is an Australian thing? That might be why I've literally never heard of it. Okay, I was just wondering if Google was making up shit. But no, if it is actually a thingy, it's just I've never heard it, then that makes a lot more sense. But yeah, they describe sunglasses in any of those fucking ways. Because they're all fucking amazing. So, with that, although Red doesn't look too amused by the fact that you put them on upside down, because they definitely don't look fucking correct. Fact is, have you ever heard of the phrase, if I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter? No, I've not. No, but yeah, that is where this posh silencer comes from, is it's literally got in a fucking chair and will speak perfect English. Basically means it's easier to ramble but hard to condense information into something digestible.
Back over.
I see! It's like my retarded ass. Who'll end... I end up... so Scoochie's mentioned about, like, the saying of, if I had more time I would have written a shorter letter.
Mhm.
Or the fact that it's easier to ramble on than it is to condense.
Yes.
I'm like that, because I'm a fucking retard and will end up saying the same thing, but over like
Well.
20 different times.
Same.
Because I'm a fucking stupid.
Anyways, can I get a recap of what occurred?
You had brought the sunglasses back.
I failed to count.
Minx went, all the way up to 8 before they decided to then jump to 11, when they should have paid 10. These characters decided to follow along behind, but nobody really knows that, other than the Mimic, who's a little bit further behind and they were going towards the shop. Minx tried to put sunglasses onto Red. Red was about to go absolutely feral and probably rip open their rib cage. And the Sign Lizard has described sunglasses as a form of eyewear to help against bright light. Which Red still does not look overly impressed by the fact of it, but they're no longer going to be going to rip open Minx's ribcage and turn him inside out.
And what about Sub?
They are passed out on the back of Red.
Oh,
But they have they have
Bean.
fallen asleep. But at the very least, you now have the sunglasses, so the second Sub wakes up again, they are not going to be fucking tortured by the light.
Yeah, little Bean.
They are not very good when it comes to light.
Understandable.
Now, to also just mention this, they had stopped trembling after a while, because, well, the flash banging effect had worn off. But they were incredibly disorientated. Like, they struggled to really, like, move around the place, because, well,
Poor little
their eyes were
baby.
essentially just fucking, like, annihilated by the light. It was very bright for them. But, yeah. with that, you have put sunglasses on Sub, although be it they're upside down.
I'm smart.
We will, you know what? Just in case we have another interaction where we need the chair and the sign lizard, we will just hold on, can't I lock things together? Does that work? Like, can I?
Pretty sure you can.
How do I?
Wait, you want to group the two things together?
If they're upside down, doesn't that mean they'll just fall over easily? I guess, but it's more so that way, you know, so the fucking chair and shit fucking
Are
works. with
the
them.
glasses even Slugcat compatible?
Mm.
I
Mostly.
made them.
I can
wouldn't-
hear an argument happening
They wouldn't break,
outside my door.
but a child-sized glasses. Yeah. They're a little bit bigger than child-sized, but they're child-sized. Like, they're sort of like meant for like ages like 10 to 11, then like 5 to 6 sort of a thing.
You got adult glasses.
You've
so
got
he
adult
has
glasses who used to hold
it
them
up
like a vulture mask. That would actually be very, very...
That would be
like, fun.
adorable!
How do I fucking lock objects together?
In the toggles, I think.
That just locks it in place.
Yeah. Maybe group? Maybe grouping? I remember grouping some.
What the fuck is
I do
group?
remember that you can group things up.
Where?
I forgot how to do it though. I keep on forgetting how to do shit. Hold on. I'm gonna quickly go.
Does any hold on, yeah. Just very quickly on the side. Does anybody know how to fucking like?
group things
Does anyone know how to link
together.
these?
in table
Because they'd be
top
for normal people. Red can
simulator.
just barely squeeze in and look through them too. Oh, that would actually be
Advanced
amazing.
controls.
They would both be fucking like sharing the glasses. That would be
For the
amazing.
object, there's a way to individual units and group them so they can be saved as a
Oh,
squad
fuck yeah.
and set aside.
Giant vulture mask sunglasses that they can share.
Hold shift, right click any of them group.
Oh, that'd be incredible. Fuck yeah. We'll be using Scoochoo's ID. Because fuck yeah, that's amazing. What do I like color? What happens? The color turns to blue metal, okay.
And when sub is on Red's back, they hold the glasses vertically. Oh!
Fuck yeah.
Oh!
I guess I could just technically make these into the colors.
Oh!
I can just fuck around with color.
It looks like seaweed! Why is it pink?
Because it was colored into red and it just made it that color. Why did the chair get sick? Why did the chair get sick? Hold on. Oh, it's because it's been colored.
Because you color tinted it!
How did I make it white? White is normal.
You color tinted it.
Fuck it. It is... That's a very dark red.
Void!
But I make it into like mahogany. How do I do that?
Ah.
Look at like
What
a,
colour is
sort of, like,
mahogany?
It's
sort of
refusing to
a rich
change color.
brown color, I think. I don't actually fucking know if I'm being honest.
Like slightly reddy brown.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of like that. There we go.
Yay.
Perfect.
It looks like chocolate.
Found
It
it.
looks like a chocolate.
It's not a
bar.
chocolate.
It looks like chocolate though.
Eat it
It
and
looks
find
like
out.
like
chocolate.
Eat it and find out, fucker.
And I bite the chair.
Please do not eat the chair. If you try and eat this chair, you will explode.
I know.
Oh shucks.
It's
Your
just
body
that my
will rupture.
anger is kicking in because I just ate.
That didn't work.
I'm an idiot when it comes to food.
How do I group things? I press G to group them and it doesn't fucking group them. Bullshit.
It's bullshit.
I don't think I can group them. Why can't I group these objects? How do you group an object? How does that work?
Apparently, from what I read from the how to group things, apparently from Tabletoptopia, apparently there's like an entire subreddit for this area. There's like an entire website for this. And apparently it says hold shift and select all the objects you want to group one by one. Right click any of them and there's like a group thing.
Fucking incorrect, because this is Tabletop Simulator. So it's the wrong
Apparently-
game.
Oh, it's from something that's... Oh, I mistook it for Tabletop Simulator.
Fucking
I'm an
hell.
idiot. Joint tool is an advanced tool that allows you to connect objects together. Ah, the joint tool!
What the fuck is that?
I don't know!
Oh, combine.
ISO, delay, point,
Found it.
text... Combined! There's attach, fixed joint, hinge joint, and spring joint. The little chain thing, the combined thing.
Yeah, I found it. Override. So we found a linked chair now, so they will be linked to the chair. About fucking time, holy shit. Anyway, with that, the chair also just disappears.
The chair slug at a non...
It's not a fucking slug cat, it's a lizard.
Yeah, I realized it after it fell out of my mouth!
No.
They can become a slug cat.
You know what? Because of that argument. Boom.
Jeez.
There's a shrimp.
Strange looking slug cat. You are where I have more power over you. You making me a shrimp does nothing, but it is incredibly fucking funny.
I know, but
It is. I'm gonna be honest. This is
feels like
infinitely
I have
funnier.
some sort of power in the situation.
Knowing a shrimp is
Gives
now
me
what is
some
the
sort of
embodiment.
power feeling.
The shrimp being the embodiment of the DM is incredibly fucking funny. Who's running this? A
Granted,
fucking
he did
shrimp
come
is.
from somewhere, so
Yeah.
yeah, I was mostly just being
Who
a bit
cares?
petty.
I'm now a fucking shrimp. Fuck yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I just felt like doing that because
Anyway, you put sunglasses on them. Well done.
Now what?
Well, you tell me. You're an entire fucking city.
Party doesn't know.
You've
the
done
rest
this sort of
that
side
context
objective.
yet.
You do not need to worry about the bomb going off, cause things are not going well. Sub is now sleeping on the back of Red. Red is still slightly fucking annoyed with the fact that they've been put on upside down. Or well, just shitly put on anyway to begin with, but at the very
Oh,
least
wait,
they
I
are
just
now required.
remembered. I just remembered the Book of Spinning.
Yes, you have the book. I swear to fuck, if you use it on either of them, you could very well end up causing combat to initiate.
I know.
Oh, what you made the whole city
Road.
spin?
It's just that I
Oh.
have the book.
Um,
I just remembered it.
If you made the whole city spin,
I definitely would get in
that
trouble.
would potentially like almost kill everybody in here.
Yeah, so
Yous
I have
included.
this super dangerous book. I should probably be careful with it.
Oh, you better. You need to be very fucking careful with it. Because
I'm
although the
one less
thing,
day away from being a
although
menace.
the things like can't do anything but spin, they fucking know fully well they were made to spin. They still know what's going on around them. They're just spinning now. As an intangible source. So if you were to do that to either like Red or Sub, Red would go so fucking batshit insane afterwards that you would have to fucking make sure that you are not within fucking 30 feet of them or you would die.
Yeah, so I won't do it.
And if you do it to Sub, Red will definitely be beating your fucking ass.
Yeah, Red is basically just... Basically, Red is the only thing keeping me from
Red
using it on them.
Red is incredibly protective of their family, being
Which is
Cyan
understandable.
and Sub. You touch them, you now have to feel the wrath of fucking God on your hand.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be careful with the book.
Oh, you could use it on a random fucking enemy. They couldn't give a shit. But you do it to either them,
Yeah.
Sub, or the Cyan Lizard, you very well could be on the end of a fucking spear through your skull. You think I'm joking?
Just
I'm
mental-
not.
I don't know why, but I had the mental image of Liv just using the book to
Anyway,
to try and make a rock spin.
What are you
accidentally
doing?
Making the Cyan Lizard spin, and Red's just.
what are you doing?
Uh,
What are you gonna do? You put on the glasses, you're able to complete that little side objective. You've now got a new person in your party, but none of you even know they're fucking there yet.
mystery
Oh, wait, I
person in the
forgot.
party.
Liv is
The
probably
chair
still
just
unconscious.
disappeared. If only the shrimp bounced as you talk. I can have it fade in and out of existence.
If only the shrimp bounces as you talked.
I know there was a thing, but I don't remember where it was.
Eh. And
I also don't know how I would get it to bounce back and forth. Like, I'm not sure if that's a thing. If it is, that'd be very
Liv is
funny.
gonna wake up because Zoe, go for your
Easy,
shit.
Bishop. You cannot be.
On the left is my brain, on the right is yours. Do you see what is wrong here?
How do I get the
I
shrimp to
have way
bounce?
too much energy.
You have way too many connections in your brain.
I will
I
kill both of
do.
you in a fucking moment. What are you doing?
My sister showed me an image.
I'm gonna beat them to death. I swear to fuck, I will silver you.
Okay, anyway.
While they're doing that,
Yeah,
we'll give him a fucking, like, a couple seconds or so before we undo it. Cause, yeah, so I can hear people.
I wanna go wander the city, try and find cool things.
You're going my way? So you wanna walk around. What does the rest of the people wanna
Still in the
do?
room, just so you know.
Mute.
Okay, hold on. Oh,
Anyway, what is others wanting to do? People want to go along with them, people don't want to go along with them, people want to start fucking becoming Houdini, someone wants to just sit on the floor. What do you want to do as well? Mengs wants to go around and explore more of the city. What else are you also wanting to do? You're gonna follow Mengs? Fair enough. Yeah, how would I get shrimp to bounce? I should look into that. Power, you there? Hello? Oh, I just realized very bad. You're just sitting with like red in the sign lizard. You're just there. I forgot about something as well. Hold on, where is it? Perfect.
That makes me scared.
No, it's literally like nothing. It's just something for audio, so it's not just fully silent like on the stream and stuff.
Alright.
I don't even know what the fuck I'm put on. Fuck, where is it? No, not that one. Which one was it? Because I remember it was in here somewhere. There we go. Perfect. It's just something, essentially, just so it's not fully silent. There we go, anyway, with that, let us just keep going. If yous are just gonna be sticking around red, within reason, I would say they would also just follow along, cause, well, yeah, it's just more convenient that way. I'm gonna stay near the group, focus on magic items. Just you feel stressed. Saying that you were almost ripped to pieces, I would say that's slightly understandable. Fuck's sake, I don't want to dice. Give me this shit. So, you just wish to wander around. Is there anything in particular you're looking for, or are you just walking for the sake of walking?
Just walking.
Fair enough. Anybody wanting to look around for literally anything in specific, or... Look for books and... So you'd want to find a bookstore, what you're saying?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Power V, are you going to be looking for anything? Or are you just going to walk around as well, just
My god,
vibing?
we barely acknowledged me.
Well, technically
Let's go
speaking,
there.
your party is yet to notice them yet. They're yet to say a sound. You're going to intensely stalk them.
My character would have no idea.
Your character's entirely clueless.
vibes.
But yeah, it's just like I'm needing to know if you are going to be looking for anything in particular. No, you're just going to vibrate more. You're just going to vibrate more. Okay then, no need for a roll. Just go. So, he's trying to figure out the fucking voices. So while V is now like essentially like almost storming behind like Minx's character trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Just Ori's just trying to find a bookstore. Power is deciding to become more of a jackhammer. Sub is asleep on Red's back still. Cyan is following closely behind Red and Sub. With the Mimic essentially just like on the other side behind everybody else really. Essentially at the same place that the Lizard is at, where Cyan is, but just, yeah, like, on their, sort of, like, right sort of a thing, whatever the fuck. That being done, since Minx just wanting to walk around the place, just because they want to walk around the place, which is entirely fair, but you're the only one who actually wants to find anything, Ori, roll me a perception check.
Okay.
Let's see if you're allowed to see a bookstore or not.
Trying to getting into a fight with things.
How are you fighting? It's fucking dice!
Category. So it's once again.
How are you
this.
struggling to roll a dice? Like, if you have a dice...
Struggling with typing because I'm an idiot.
How are you struggling with piping?
I'm an idiot, okay? My dyslexia be kicking in.
What are you doing with pipes?
Typing!
What?
What are you struggling with pipes for? It's a fucking dice!
Just for typing.
You're not in...
Typing!
How are you struggling to type?
I am dyslexic as fuck.
As long as you type most of the word, it's fine, and they're numbers!
I was struggling putting the word rolled right behind the 3. Because it was throwing a hissy fit at me.
Yeah.
And I'm an idiot.
Red is slowly... Slowly?
Oh God, not the fitness brand pacer test.
So... Red is, like, following behind you. Like, you know how Slugpups are in the actual game? The fact that they'll follow behind the player? That is essentially what Red is doing. Like, Red is following behind you. With Sub on their back, and the Cyan Lizard is behind, Red. Fitness Ground Pacer Test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that gets harder as time goes on.
Sets me up for a joke that I will not make.
And I know what that is. I know fully well what that is.
Oh God.
Just note that, so I'll mention this. Scooch has a little bit more power than the typical viewer would have, as they are their boys. Just want to make people aware. Fair enough. It's most likely just a slight little indication, sort of a thing, to, something that will happen.
Hold on a second.
And due to the fact that we get more time today, we should hopefully be able to get to that point. Because I'm going to be very interested to see how you combat it. So I'm not going to the context to the message.
The brain just for some reason gave itself a headache.
Fair enough. I'm being honest, this is getting really fun with these interactions. And you should hopefully see how you handle things. Well, you'll know the joke I want to make.
And I don't know.
See, now I kind of want you to make the joke anyway, because... I find it even funnier to just see people be clueless. So, you got a 4 on your perception check, Ori? Also, that up to the conversation we've been having on part in the average viewer. You've been essentially informing me of how they would act. Therefore, they will act. Yeah, with a 4, with a 4, you're not able to see your fucking bookstore. I see. What over there? Well, screw it, you. They're your boys. You know them better than I would. You would know how they would act better than I would. Remember what I mentioned before? Like, you remember what I mentioned before? You know, your ability to decide what they would do. As technically speaking, they are your boys. You know what your boys would do better than I would know what your boys would do. As they are not my boys, they are your boys. But yeah, you're not just walking around aimlessly. Ori has failed to see a bookshop. What exactly do you plan on doing with just walking aimlessly? Like, are you just going to see how many times you can go into a circle before people start to struggle? You guys like to technically just recolor red, make front facing sub. Actually, that will make it a little. Technically speaking, you could do that. Oops, you're fine. Anyway, is there like literally nothing any of you are going to try and find here, or like what are you after? This thing's newspaper writing up. Fair enough, makes sense. But like, you have to decide here. You're yet to actually like even notice that like you're being followed, despite the fact that yes, you're being followed, essentially.
Like they ain't gonna notice.
Your tiny ass isn't really able to tell the difference between it being the fucking mimic or it being a fucking random person stomping behind you. But what are you gonna do? He's not just walking around the city. Yeah, you're able to do that. Megs, these characters just fucking like, you know that sort of a thing where like, you know, you suddenly put your hands on somebody's shoulder and scare the shit out of them?
Read something, hold on. As a reaction for being scared, can I use shatter? Like as an involuntary reaction?
That sort of like, you know, subconscious, like, just fucking panic move sort of a thing, where like some people would like panic, just slam someone's stomach sort of a thing. Panic kick.
Yeah. This is what shatter is.
The involuntary action. Oh no! Oh fuck!
Oh, that would hurt!
So... that may or may not have involuntarily So you know the fact that there is a creature within this 10-foot radius that is asleep?
That would be bad.
A sleeping creature cannot make a check. Therefore, they immediately fail the check.
Oh no!
So do I need to roll 3d8?
So everybody needs to, everybody needs to roll a Constitution saving throw.
And some can't do it because they're asleep.
They automatically fail.
Oh no!
D20 plus your Constitution. If you're proficient in it with your class, then...
What was the Constitution? No. How do I keep on managing to roll this number?
Did you roll a 3?
I keep on getting the 3!
Maybe change your fucking D20. You know what?
I'm gonna
Just
toss it as punishment.
for
Fuck off the
fun,
dice.
it's time to do the Mimic, Red, and Sub. Well, not Sub. Mimic, Red, and Cyan. I'm gonna use a little, like, red dice for them. Fuck it, why not? I don't have, like, a Cyan dice anywhere, do I? Oh, I do! That's close enough. Fuck it, that's right.
Are those the right kind of dice?
No, they're D6. I'm fucking stupid.
I was gonna say, that doesn't look right.
Well, that can be the rolls.
The
Oh
18
no.
definitely works.
That would be interesting. So, the Mimic and Red are fine.
Do I roll for damage?
Oh, you would have had to do that anyway, because isn't it on a, like, past save, they would take half of it?
Yeah, everyone. So, shall I just roll damage once and everyone who fails takes the full and then everyone who succeeded takes half?
Yep.
Okay, let me do that. I'll round up, by the way. Yeah,
So yeah, I failed.
15 damage.
Most likely failed. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm not. I. 4 definitely failed, right? I can't hear Spore at the moment.
That's because I'm not talking.
Yes, been not talking.
The music is making your mic flare up.
Oh, fucking amazing.
Yeah, it's not
Fucking
coming through, it's just making the green appear.
It makes me think that there is actually...
Okay, now your mic's just cutting out.
Yeah, it's just deciding to fucking die. I most likely have failed, so.
Let's try this. Is this better?
Calculate.
Fucking hell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think.
Also, like in OBS, I don't want to like
I
fucking
need
dazzle
to pull
people.
out the calculator app because
turn it
my
down a
brain
little
is
bit
too
on there.
stupid.
Just that way it's not too loud on there as well. There we go.
Alright. Why the fuck are you throwing a hissy fit at me?
What's happening? We're getting rolls. So, V's given their roll. I'm still yet to see Ori's in here, I believe.
Or he said
I have
Or is it-
rolled
Oh yeah, there's that one as well.
and
So,
Tara got 61.
the 4.
so power's definitely fine. So there's an at one in here. So
Oopsies.
Oh god.
Oopsie daisies.
And we also have a fail, guaranteed fail.
well, that's what an at one is. However, the problem with an at one means that that's a little bit worse than just a fail.
Is it?
Oh
It's an at one.
no. Bings!
It's a
What have
critical.
you done?
It is
I'm
a.
only playing character.
So this could go horribly wrong. Cause yeah. So not only is it an at one, meaning it's a little bit worse in terms of damage, and by a little bit worse I mean severely worse. But, this also technically means that there is a bit more of an effect happening. Because a critical failure means that it failed in the worst way possible. So, this little sudden reaction... the Cyan Lizard... This could go horribly wrong for you. So, it's not as a matter of how to fucking deal with this. Because there's not only the damage
It looks like we have
effects,
the bomb now triggered.
there's not just the damage effects, there's the fact that some of them automatically failed, but also,
I'm gonna have to like go.
well, you mentioned before that you try and get back ASAP and stuff.
Yeah, that can take like up to an hour.
You still might be going after that point since we get a little bit longer here.
Yeah. Good luck trying to do this without me.
Does a giant fucking problem leaves.
Oh. Yeah.
I will let you know the outcome of what's happened here.
If needed, you can message me and I can reply with things. But I will be in a car for like the next hour or so.
Yeah.
So I just need to write this down. I'll just take pictures of my like spells and stuff so I know. In case I need to use them.
Hmm. Oh.
I have a feeling that we somehow triggered a team kill.
Not bad. Not bad.
Me when I accidentally kill everybody. Oopsie daisy.
Oopsies.
And I thought I would keep Liv for a little longer.
I've got
Well-
a backup character anyway.
I
don't.
Character.
So, here's the fun part. You very well all could actually end up in a team wipe here. Or you might not. You just don't get to know.
But then how the fuck are we gonna get the other characters in the team if the team is dead?
We just... Oh, restart the campaign.
Oh, alright. It's magic. You forget, the fabric of this reality does not actually exist. It is made on
True,
it
but
is literally
still.
made on the very idea of
My brain
shits and
despises
giggles.
loopholes.
I like the fact that this all happened because of being startled.
Oh my gosh.
My character's a little bit funny sometimes.
We get up to a little bit of tomfoolery here. So,
I blame V for this.
to be honest,
It's not my fault. It's your fault.
It's your fault.
Okay, buddy.
so to be honest, I would say technically speaking you were both at fault. One of you casted a spell, not thinking of the consequences of the actions, but at the
Oh,
same
I knew
time,
what happened.
it is also somewhat in
God.
character.
Yeah,
It's spooked
it's
causes
in
TPK. But like, at the same time, it being a thing, you would expect that, but you wouldn't expect, you know, the fucking immediate failure. And a very overprotective, slug pup. So, you know, for all you know, you could end up in shit show here. You could end up getting very fucking bad. Jesus. Very good to know who would be here to help out with this sort of a thing. I still find this kind of funny if I'm being honest. Like, imagine just watching as a spectator, just watching somebody have a fucking knee-jerk reaction.
Who
And
just
all...
vanished?
that would have been Minx.
It's just left the PC.
Just a question, does anybody know how much health, Minx's character has? Like,
I don't
roughly
know,
speaking?
and
No, hold on, so what, they have a... I think it's like a D6, plus Constitution modifier. Which would be... At their level, at a minimum, that would be like... Well, it wouldn't be 36. Would it be about 30? Because the D6, Constitution modifier is... That. And did it again, that would be a 12. The level 4, meaning it did refill the total of 3 more dice. Let's say like 18, so... Let's look for Constitution modifier, so I'll say like it's maybe like a... plus... Maybe about... plus 15. So Jesus. Who would have thought all of this just because of a simple knee-jerk reaction? Holy fuck. So is everybody taking the damage?
Oh, I get to use the hammer.
You can just say deny. I don't even know if you're able
Go
to like fucking
away,
select the
you
name.
idiot.
If you're able to ban them as well, do so, but
I just instantly, as soon as I saw it, just
Cool.
went absolutely neck.
deny.
It wasn't one of those best viewer things, and I'm gonna click deny.
Cool.
I banned him and then denied the message.
Anyway,
Fuck you, Robot.
after a little bit of a conversing to figure out the outcomes of this stuff,
I apologize.
so
it was-
we now have all of the results of what's about to happen. So, the Mimic and Red, for the terms of damage, are fine. They are not dead on the ground. So they are
probably will
perfectly
go
okay.
crazy.
The Mimic couldn't really give a shit. Like, at all. Like, being, like, completely honest, they physically could not give a flying fuck. I'm gonna make them white. Okay, there, single digital, okay. Anyway, so while the Mimic just does not give a flying fuck, like, in the slightest, what you then get the... So, yeah. Are you ready to see this? I should also warn you that, this could go further south if you do not act accordingly. Play your cards right and know when to play your hand. So... what you get to see is, due to the effects, I need everybody to make me a religion check right now.
What?
You fucking heard me.
Religion check, everyone?
Make me a religion
Okay.
check.
Alright. What the what is it? Okay. What the fuck did I roll again? Okay, I rolled
Alright, the wrath of God!
It's an intelligence check.
No, it's a religion check. It uses intelligence modifier. Get it right.
Yeah, but it has to do with intelligence.
Yeah, it's D20 plus intelligence modifier. If you're
Right,
proficient in your
is
religion,
this-
then you also
I
get to
think
add your
about
proficiency
about-
bonus. Cool. So I don't even need to tell anybody about what their result was, because, you the joys of having DMs.
A natural 20. Eight.
So what did you get, Ori? Got that. I got 88, and you got a 13. Cool. Perfect. Amazing. So... I'll explain what happens with, I'll explain what happens with Sub first. Because... you know, this is gonna be fun. I think my my volume's been turned on. Yeah, I turned that down slightly because I wasn't sure if I was peeking in here or not, but I can turn it up again. There you go, magic. Actually, let me turn on my light. So just notice, things could get very real very quick.
Very, very real, very, very real.
Mhm.
What has just happened is the potential to have people die. So, I suggest people get very careful with what you're about to do here. Anyway, what you get to see, for a sub anyway, is there's an incredibly bright flash, as if a flashbang just went off, like, in front of you, for a fraction of a second. A literal fraction of a second. Literally like a full-on blink and you'd miss it moment. And it's kind of like these sort of like ultra kill power sort of a thing, like fully just that sort of a thing. That split second moment and stuff. You see that happen. Now, what you also see is Cyan has began to convulse and spasm on the floor, as if they had just been tased, like lizards do whenever they are tased in Rain World, but on a much more severe degree. Like, they are fully fucking spazzing out. And, due to the fact that it's also, well, yeah, an at one. Let me just... Because, yeah, I'm also getting some figuring out how they would act. Just a second. Yeah, you've made this... Well, you've not done anything. Minx has made the Cyan Lizard spasm, has caused a giant white flash to happen. For all of a fraction of a second. Cyan also just passes out on the floor. They are now just blacked out. And Red has gone to beat Minx's character within an inch of their life. Like, fully within an inch of their life. They are on 2 HP.
Did I just hear a Discord ring? Oh shit, I did get a thing.
Probably be me. Because my shit seems to be picking up stuff. For fuck's sake. It's also why I was slightly annoyed by it. You can see why, you know, I don't like it whenever it's got that green thing, because that means it's picking up shit. It should be picking up. Fucking hell, I'm gonna bludgeon something. Fucking hell. Let's try this, see if this has done any better. Hopefully it does, because if it doesn't, I'm gonna be super fucking annoyed. And it better fucking work, because if it doesn't, I might also just blow something up. Because Jesus fucking Christ. Why is it got fucking ambient noise? What the fuck is going on? Fuck it, we'll just do this. I don't give a fuck. I'm just using that on Discord because I'm fed up with it.
Understandable.
So, what are you gonna do now? You've just seen Cyan convulse and spasm on the ground. Red seemed to have been blocked by literal divine intervention from that literal fraction of a second bright flash, and Red has pummeled Minx within an inch of their life. Sub, not Red. My bad. Reds beat them within an inch of their life. Sub was the one that got Divine Intervention. But what do you want to do? I swear to the fucking lords, I'm going to kill this thing. Fuck it. Where is it? I don't give a fuck. I like to have it on, but fuck it. Fuck off noises.
Red is gonna probably try to murder Mings, and I do not know how to prevent that.
They might have, they might not have.
The only real
But they
way
beat-
could
they have-
probably prevent it
they
is using
have-
Red spinning. Probably, however, that would probably make Red want to murder me.
They have pummeled Minx within an inch of their life. V wants to go check on Cyan. Power wants to stop Red from
Prevent
killing.
Red from humbling Mings.
Like, just...
into the dirt.
So what, kind of like whenever, like, you know, a parent would try and stop their child from attacking another child? That's sort of like, you know, like just gently pulling them back sort of a thing?
I'm gonna help Para.
Yeah. Fair enough. Are you sure
Okay,
that
what do
would
I need
be...
to roll?
Hold on. Are you sure that would be a good idea? Do you remember earlier?
Yes, because that's the only like idea I currently have in my brain.
Fair enough.
And plus, it's the only thing. I could probably use the Book of Spinning. if
Do
that would
not.
prevent them from-
I guess you could
because that would
technically
make
do
them
that,
only be able to
but...
spin around.
But if you made Red spin around and Sub got locked off, that would go horribly wrong. That would go even worse for you. Because of how
So yeah,
thingy is with
I
that
would much rather
stuff.
help prevent a slug cat from
So-
going or attacking something.
V, I need you to make me a... Make me a medicine check. Oh yeah, by the way, Sub's woken up from all the fucking shit going on now. They've been, like, disturbed awake.
Oh,
So they are, like,
child has
they...
been awoken.
They are... the child has awoken! But they've been woken up. They've been woken up from all the stuff going on. So... Here's the thing as well. You remember when I said, Red was, protective?
Yeah,
You do remember that, right?
Red is protective.
Red is protective of their family. Cyan and Sub are their
And-
family.
Yeah.
Somebody has gone to Cyan, who is blacked out.
Okay, so it's
The first
that two
situation...
people are trying to
The
prevent
first
Red from
situation...
causing too much damage.
The first situation you've had... was a violent and aggressive one. You were killing each other. Although you were losing at it, you were still trying. But you were still in a violent interaction the first time. And now, somebody's going over to Cyan, who is literally blacked out on the floor and is right now quite defenseless. So... I want you to just sit for a second and just think. What might fucking happen now?
Red is pissed off. Red is gonna try to murder V. Red is gonna probably be in a frenzy state.
Oh, you think Red is about to be in a frenzy state? They already fucking are.
They are, and it's gonna go
And-
into the plus.
to make this slightly clear for you, if you were to end up in a full engagement against Red, Juice would probably not win.
Yeah.
Even with the Mimic's help, you would not win.
Yeah. So we probably are dead.
Mm-hmm. So, as he's going to try and, like, almost restrain Red, they dodge out the way, and they're now going after V.
Ooh, this is gonna be a pain.
Well, don't forget, this is a family, like a tiny little family. 2 Slug Pups and a Cyan Lizard. Red being very protective of their family, because it's literally all they've had.
It's understandable. But
Shatter got
how are we gonna
used.
keep the slug cat from murdering all of us?
Shatter got used, so they pummeled the one that casted it. Because they've made Cyan convulse and spasm, and black out. Now, since Cyan's blacked out, somebody's decided to go over to them. While they're still blacked out. So,
I have an idea.
hold on, I need to see if, I can still see the health value, because I need to figure out what I need to do here. Because, just a fun little question, V, what's your health? You started with 34. So what, are you saying like you've got 34 as your like your max HP and stuff like that? Yes. I see. Interesting. Anyway, you take 8 damage and now you're pinned to the ground. There is a spear straight through your clothing, pinning you like it's rooting you into the floor. Now, after they've pinned you onto the ground, they have gone off to get Cyan's body out of there. The glare does not really stop them, Hara. Although they trust you more than the others, they are still based on instincts with their family, as technically speaking, you have only really known them for about like a day now. But they are actively trying to get Cyan's body out of this situation and confrontation. The Mimic is just watching this all happen. Like, to a certain degree, they just could not really give much of a fuck. Like, there's not anything that has actively caused them to need to step in yet, so they just aren't stepping in yet.
Alright, so give Red space. Give Red and Cyan and the family basically space so that they can... So they know that we are not trying
so they don't rupture your organs and tear out your skull?
Yeah. And also know that we know that they could do that.
I'm gonna make this fucking quick. Like, to give a little bit of a perspective, if you were to, like, try and attack Sub enough, or do something that could have potentially caused harm to them, and Red was to get angry enough, shit would not end well.
So the only real option we have is to back away, give them space, and show that we aren't going to try to be a threat. So Liv is going to back away, making sure that any weaponry that they have is not in their hands, unable for them to use. Basically, they make sure that their weaponry, that anything that could have been used
So,
as weaponry, is
what-
not in their hands.
what you're
not
doing
easy to reach
is
for them,
you are
and they
seeing.
basically back away, hands visible, so that
I get
Like,
like, Ori,
that
what you're
Liv isn't gonna do
doing.
anything.
What you're doing is essentially you are making yourself look as, like, as defenseless and as unthreatening as possible. You are giving them
Yes.
plenty of space. You are not engaging. You are backing away enough to let them have space.
Yeah.
While Cyan
And
is
they
just
wouldn't
essentially
really have a
trying to
reason
get
to get into a
Cyan
fight with
out
me
of the
because
area.
They would know I'm not going to engage.
We're in a city or town, yeah. Do any guards or something come? Not any lookers. Onlookers.
I would much rather try to explain
Uh,
to God what's going on than to
Pe-
get into
people-
a fight with the slug cat.
People are watching the fucking situation go down. They're just fucking too terrified to even intervene.
Yep.
For guards, they're not here because they're out on patrol. They just haven't come over here yet. They're yet to see what the fuck has happened.
It's gonna be
But
mayhem
the people
on
watching, they are fucking terrified right now. Like really terrified. But like they don't want to intervene. They don't want to be fucking next target. Like they are scared shitless.
He's gonna continue laying on the floor.
They're just not even gonna try and like get themselves out of the ground. They know. They already know what the fuck is gonna happen. Well,
Just like
to
the
put
use of
it
something in their
to
face.
put it simply, if they did try and get out, Red would probably not take too kindly to that. You've no medical supplies, and there's nothing else I can really do. Fair enough. Paris tried to give him a stare that just tells them to fucking grow up, but it's not doing shit because they're trying to get fucking thing out of there. Sub's just looking around. They are like, they're just vibing. They are having a fun time. They're a little worried since like Cyan's asleep and they're being dragged, but they're still fucking loving this. Minx is beaten on the floor. What, you think they're gonna just stand up? They have fucking 2 HP!
We don't know what Minx will do because they vanished.
I'm able to DM them if we really need to do stuff, but that's just more or less for rolls. Yeah, Minx is literally on 2 HP. They've been pummeled nearly to death. I'm gonna go on my phone a bit longer. Fair enough. Paris telling money is to pick up Minx as you go. The family will be there
Okay.
already. So where exactly are you going to
Request for
move
the mimics
Pyro?
to pick up Minx.
Yeah, the Mimic could literally do whatever the fuck they wanted. But yeah, they can pick up Minx, that's fine. Knowing that you're gonna be moving, they would do
Politely
that.
asking the mimic to do that so that they
You
won't
could
feel
just,
ordered around.
you could literally just tell them, like, you know, could you help Minx here? Like, you know, I don't think they're gonna be getting up anytime soon.
Yeah, the family can have their moment of alone time so that the situation can calm the fuck down.
Like, Red's not very happy with you. So I suggest you just be careful. Very, very, very careful. Because they are very much not very happy. So I suggest you are careful with your actions. Even more careful with your words. Because if anything was to go wrong, you could see yourselves at the end of a very, very angry guy. Don't deal the main 41. But they're on 2 HP. You have that amount of HP. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Attempt to heal the mace.
Well then. Yeah, that works out. You don't keel over when being hit by wind. Fair enough. Para, roll me like a D20, a D10, D6, D4, just whatever. And tell me if you, like, just tell me what the result is. Cause odds is gonna be like 3/4 of health back. And thingy would be D20, you got a 7. Cool. So that is half of it. So they would gain that amount of it, because odds that. Cool. The jester still have their bit. Yeah, they still have their 100. I'm waiting for them to decide to use it.
The big wish.
So, it is only up to Power whenever they want to use it. If they wish to use it, that is entirely on them. Nobody can really get them to use it. That is their character's ability. Every 100, they get to do thingy. But yeah, they do still have that token that they can spend at any time to do anything they want. When they use it, that's up to them. Power, Meng says thanks. This is really interesting. Seeing as you have to interact with something that is not entirely on your side. And is not entirely under your control. So, now you're all back at their shop, what do you want to do? One of you's were severely injured, not anymore. You've let the other 3 go off to wherever they're, well, wherever Red's essentially trying to get them away from subconsciously sort of a thing. As their sort of instinctual thing to do. And now you're all at V's shop. With the likes of the grenades, like music discs, the tools, the weapons, the whole sorts and ever fucking shit. Like, what do you want to do? V, it's your shop. Technically speaking, if you decided to say that there was a giant fucking, like, entire med kit on the side of it, like, you know. If you'd say, like, your thing would have healing supplies anyway, yeah, there would be healing supplies. It's your shop. You're an artificer. You're able to make shit. So what do you want to do?
Liv is just mentally just in absolute distress about the situation. They just saw
I'm gonna use
black
it
and
to
white. It just
get yourself back. Yeah, you're able to use your supplies around your shop to get some health back.
Liv is just once again using the magical stones and is just relaying what has happened to Lich Dad.
You're just going like, you know, I'm about to lose my fucking mind. Somebody just almost got killed.
Yeah.
Somebody else just got
Liv is
like
just-
pummeled to the ground and
Like, the
pinned.
distress is very easy to hear.
Somebody got tasted into unconsciousness. Like, what the fuck? They're a child, and they almost killed us!
Literally murdered 2 people.
And they'll do it again.
Yeah.
Oh, you think I'm joking? I'm being serious. They will do it again.
Just... It is very clear that Liv is like in a very distressed state.
You're fucking
Just like the type of state
panicking.
where you wonder, are they gonna pass out from how distressed they are?
Yes.
Like it's close to freezing up again.
Fucking loser. Anyway, yeah, welcome back, Switchy. Anyway, what do you want to do? You're just at the shop. What are you doing now? You've let them go off on their own devices. Probably not the best idea, but you know. But yeah. I'm gonna be honest, it probably was not the best
The only
idea.
thing we really could do.
I'm gonna just be honest, it probably was not the best idea to let something that is very, very not okay right now, clearly agitated, and something that has a fucking bomb be on their own.
Yeah, the thing was, I wasn't there when it occurred, when it was
You
about
were-
to happen.
you
and
were
I
right in the
didn't know that
fucking
Mings was gonna do
situation.
that.
Well, yeah,
I
nobody did.
just got back right as Mings was planned to do that.
Nobody could have seen it
And I
coming.
was just asking for context information on what happened.
But like, well, what are you gonna do? You've left a very, very annoyed and agitated pup, which could definitely have killed you all, by the way. Didn't. And a one with a fucking bomb that could level the entire city and more, left to their own devices.
I know it was a bad idea.
What are yous
but
going
it was
to
the
do?
only option that currently fit in the head.
Well, there was another one. The fitness ground pacer test. No, but like, what are you gonna do
How
now?
was I supposed to know that?
Nobody was. But go on. What are you gonna do? You just have to do something. You cannot just lock up now because you don't know what to do. If you just get locked up here, that's where we're gonna be at. Like... Don't forget, you are the players. I am just here to be the storyteller. It's up to you to decide where yous will go.
I'm trying to think.
The world plays around you, not the other way around. And what else? This is really fun to do. Try to do. Who's someone? Minx isn't here. You've got Ori, who's a human, or Para, who's the other Subcat. Or there's the Mimic.
Para, because Para is the most likely one that they'll trust.
So you want to get Para to do it.
Yeah.
You know what? Just for shits and giggles, like, roll me a persuasion check. There's literally only one way this fails, but I'm just like, it's just funny to me. Just roll a persuasion check.
Okay, so 2 separate people have to roll a persuasion check because I
No,
also
no.
would rather have Para do that.
Oh, okay, so yeah, Ori and V, both you just roll a d20.
Okay.
Like it literally would not take much of
Wow.
anything. Like, it wouldn't take much of anything to convince Para to go and do it. But it's just for funny. It's, you add your charisma modifier to it.
Alright, the charisma modifier, in my case it's a 1, so... I finally rolled something that wasn't a 3, but,
Yeah, Sub would still have the glasses. Like, at no point were they ever taken off of him, so...
I gave you the 3 roll!
So... power to 46. If they were two separate rolls on a fucking D20, they would tie with one of yous and they would beat the other. Do you have other D20 you can use? Like, switch out your fucking D20s. Like, they don't fit him at all.
I'm pulling out one of the other
They fall
D20s. I'm
off
pulling
somewhere?
the one that's in the
Maybe
bowl
you're
out.
playing a baby's room, just grasp it and not let it
The
go.
one that I looked in the bowl as decoration.
They were like just somewhat like
Alright,
in
it's
between
now
them. Like they
healed.
fell down in between like the small little gap between like the sub and red birth, but they still have the sunglasses. So you're going to send power off on their own to go try and figure out what the fuck is going on. Is that what I'm getting? But like...
You have to go. V has to vanish. So do I roll again?
Maybe. But... I'll be honest, this is just like... I didn't really think this was gonna happen, but you know.
Neither did I!
But like... Go by the way. Pretty good
So
place.
do we need to re-roll?
Fair enough, V. No, I don't see why you would.
I don't want to leave at this point. Leave at this current moment because not that good.
Oh yeah, you see now you're attempting.
But at the same time,
because that way I get to leave you
now
stressed
there are
out
some
about
people
it.
that aren't the DM.
I don't see why we can't just try and see how this interaction goes. Besides, Minx might return shortly.
This feels like it's gonna be a team wipe, and my brain is just wired and hoping that it won't be a team wipe.
So like, yeah, so it's like in about 30 or so minutes at a minimum for them. Is what information I was given. But like, are you definitely sure you're just gonna send power on their own? Go on, yeah. Are you sure? Because you're still on Do Not Disturb. So you'd have to constantly be looking at your DM to see if you'd get a message. You're always on D&D. Oh! Still gonna notice. Oh, okay. That's good enough. At least there's something. You know what? Yep, we'll also just add your character in, because at this point, fuck it. They would have noticed your character going over to them. I don't know why I have a music player here. Who's that here? See you later. No worries. Keep an eye on the thingy for scheduling.
Heilige Scheiße.
Also just these should probably be back tonight at a time. So it is now 2. We've done this before with 2 people, so because we kind of had to. But anyway, Power's just going off on their own. And you're just gonna sit behind. Is that right? Is that right?
I'm just. Ow.
I mean, you
That was
are.
a question to Power, right?
More so than you. Power's off to, like, from what's going on and what I've been told. You've asked Power to go alone over to the others to figure out what the fuck's going on with them. Are you just gonna sit here?
Liv is going to hug the mimic and hope everything's gonna be okay.
So are you going to sit here?
Yes.
Cool, thank you for answering my fucking question. Lord have mercy. 79 on finding the familiars. Oh lord. Ain't this one fucking massive encounter? This is taking just as long as any fucking combat, like a single round of it.
We have like 2 hours, I think.
You've been here for 3.
Holy moly, I actually didn't realize that.
Yeah, that's because I'm streaming this right now. That's the timer I'm using. Anyway, you're all gonna go off and find the familiars. Yeah, you're able to, You're able to find them. Red does not look very happy with, all these. Like, they are not fucking happy, like, at all. They are very, very, very much pissed. Sub is, as far as they're concerned, Zion's just asleep. They don't know if they've, like, spasmed out of control and collapsed. They just think of, like, you know, Zion's just having, like, a nightmare or something, like, you know. They don't know why they're so spasming. Like, it's a little less than, you know, the severity that it was. So that makes sense.
So angry.
What did he eat grass?
Damn it.
But yeah, you're able to find him again. What do you want to fucking it? What do you want to do since you found the little guys and the goofy goblins? I say they're goblins, but they're not really goblins. They're slow pups. Try but spit it out with grass. Yeah, you can see like a patch of grass that was trying to be eaten, but failed. I say failed like it's like, you know, some sort of fucking like skill check. Like, you know, you failed to eat grass. Get fucked, loser. Welcome back, mate. You've just missed trying to convince Power to go alone over to the little family. I can bring back the fucker now. Fuck yeah. Attempt to comrade, or at least get them to respond. Back for a bit, put a phone on that. Fair enough! So you're gonna try and get Godguard. We're about to go into the fucking history of Godguard now! Well, why not? I'll let you know what Godguard is. So, in the first encounter, I made the group find a couple of bandits. Now, it turns out, when you give somebody who is quite logistical with ADHD and autism the ability to have tactics and shit, and a couple fucking ridiculous rolls, turns out that kind of overwhelms a level 1 party. So, the main intention was to get four basic guards
So sure
to
I
appear.
heard about God.
And, from there, the first guard came out and attacked. They got an instant nat 20. and fucking decimated the motherfucker.
That's why you call him God.
Like, they literally, like, blew them up, essentially, from, like, the head down to the waist. Like, fucking... Like, the guard was just fucking cracked out of their mind. And there was 4 of these motherfuckers
Yeah, and God became a recurring
that were meant to
character.
come out. So, because of the very first thing being to kill the sort of, like, Bandit King or Bandit Lord, they decided to stumble across their campsite. That's where the Mimic came in. The Mimic was so pissed that it had a vendetta. After it killed the thingy, the Bandit Lord, Bandit King, whatever the fuck, the Bandit motherfucker, as it had nothing else to do, the party decided to ask if it wanted to join them. It did, because it had nothing else. That's why the Mimic is still here. But Godguard and their, essentially battle brothers, 2 of them being siblings, 2 of them also being siblings, but all 4 of them not being siblings of each other. They had given the map of the sort of like area to give the people a slight idea of what's going on around the place, about like specific locations and all that stuff. But the Mimic is still with them because of it. Godguard is just a guard that is just fucking stupidly strong for no fucking reason. Which was also really funny. But yeah, the main reason they've ever appeared was because of, like, the main reason they appeared is because it turns out, like, a group of, like, 6, 7 people, maybe even, like, 8 people, could not handle taking care of, like, 5 or 6 bandits. Like, they almost died on, like, the 2nd round. You guys can't buy it. Yeah, you're like by the Mimic. You were like being carried by the Mimic because like you just could not stand up on your own again. So the Mimic had to carry you. But yeah, that's Godguard. There are 4 brothers. 2 of them were stronger. 1 of them was slightly weaker, but they were all just as fucking obscene as each other. The main leader, or essentially Guard number 2, is part Celestial and Dragon Ball. Like, they are definitely a fucking motherfucker and a half. That's quite a story. Yes. But anyway, you're wanting to try and get Red to a more calm state. What exactly do you try and do to get them to a more calm state? Like, are you going to try and, like, talk to them, do, like, soft gestures and shit? You're gonna try and fucking just start spinning on the spot? Like, what exactly are you gonna do? You still also have that fucking 100 token. You're just gonna start spinning. Spin! I still can't believe you got a fucking 100 at that point, though. Like, that is amazing. Perhaps they have to make it like every session that you appear, like you have to roll at the 100. On the Z-axis! Well then! You can definitely start spinning on the Z-axis. That's possible. So, Red would still probably be focused on Cyan. They're still worried about Cyan. They're still blacked out from the fucking shatter. But like Sub seeing you spin and is incredibly fucking interested. Still hungry, but like they're not just looking. They are fascinated by the fact that you're somehow spinning on the fucking Z-axis of all things. Just going to do it. Like that shit kind of funny. Red is still like trying to find what could be the safest place for Cyan. But like you've essentially gotten Sub's attention, but you've not gotten Red's. Red is too determined to get Cyan to a safer location. And they also still look very pissed. Like, very, very pissed. So, what else are you gonna try and do? Since just spinning on the Z-axis does not seem to have been enough. Fuck it, I'ma just, like, I fucking hate this shit. This do any better? That does a lot fucking better, holy. Now it does, fuck's sake. Ah, fucking hell. This is so fucking annoying. Whoa. What do you mean by a little shock? Like a taser sort of a thing? Or... Cause, like, what exactly is a little shock? Taser. No, but like, is it that sort of a thing where it's like, there's just, like, the very quick, you know, like... Or is it like, you know, the sort of like static shock that you get whenever like you just rub your feet on like a carpet or something like that and then like you poke something?
Oh god, I remember that. I keep on accidentally doing that to myself somehow.
A lingering static shock. Where on their arm? Where on their arm? Is it their lower arm? Any pressure point areas, or just like on the thick of it, like on the bone sort of a thing? But like, is it like at a joint or not? The bone.
The bone.
The bone.
I have to be quiet, otherwise I'm gonna get into trouble.
Blanky did what miss. Paris decided to do a little bit of a static shock to the bone of Red's dominant arm. Why exactly are you doing this? like it's literally just a weak little zap. Like literally just a very dull little zap.
Question, is it okay for me to leave?
I'm sorry, is that actually a fucking...
much in the situation.
Like, is that really much of a fucking question? Are you allowed to leave? Like, are you saying that I'm forcing you to be here?
I mostly don't want to get in trouble in case I do leave without announcing it.
Even if they chose me, gotta throw their aim off somehow. This is a hostage
I was
situation.
just gonna fall asleep near the mimic. Like as though he was so distressed that he, like, passed out.
Okay.
Just so that there's a reason as to why the fuck I'm AFK. Or as said vanishing. Wish you all a good day.
No worries,
My brain had enough D&D.
Fair enough.
Wish you a good day.
So, what you're telling me is you essentially want to try and cripple them slightly. And it's just to the one arm? It's to the dominant. Oh. Are you 100% certain? Are you 100% certain you don't want to do it to both? Okay then. Well then. So you're doing a static shock to get their attention and to cripple their dominant arm. Are you aware of which one's their dominant one? Or are you just like going off of what you could see from them dragging Cyan? Because within reason, nobody knows what somebody's dominant arm is. Based off what you see. What would be the dominant arm in dragging a lizard? Like, what would look like the dominant arm? Would it be like the one on the leg or something, or like the one on the tail? I've now got myself based off of them using the spear to pin them down, and how they were before, and the dragon Cyan. Yeah, I guess you would be able to tell what the dominant arm would then be. I've gone a bit for fucking hell. Fuck it, game time! That should be a bit better. A lot better, actually, hopefully. For the love of fuck, I hope this actually does do something. Anyway. Oh well. Oh fuck. So you did the static shock. You definitely took out what like would be somewhat the dominant arm, from what you've been able to tell from past experiences. And they spasmed slightly from it. Because, well, even then, even a gentle shock, if it's still enough to cripple somebody, that's still fucking potent. But definitely would not cause lingering properties. But, you made them very, very angry. Like, they get a spear, and they look like they're about to get ready to fucking skin your ass. They are not very happy with what you've done, and Sub is still blissfully unaware of what the fuck has just happened. Slightly confused, but, like, they're still blissful. They're not overly intelligent. You know what Red is capable of. Like the more you essentially aggravate or attack them, the less and less they will trust you. Well, you might all. Like what you have to do, you have to like think of something that you could do, or you could even just use the Pokemon. But like you have to find some way to not only prevent Red from killing you right now, because they will aim to kill you, but you've got to find a way to do that without breaking their trust more. Because right as it stands, it is on very thin ice. Please how you hurt when I fall back there. I don't see how that's gonna like calm the situation. You're as close to you, but you need to calm down. You've just shocked them after another person from this party fucking paralyzed and caused Cyan to black out. And it also was an attack to Sub. The fact that Minx did not literally have their, like, character ruptured was a fucking Hail Mary. Like, 2 people already have survived close encounters to death. Like... These aren't really on your side. They are with you, but they're not with you, if that makes sense. They're still distrustful of people they've literally just met for about a day. Apart from Sub, who essentially just fully trusts you. They're like, not in a mean way, but like, they're way too blissful. Like, unaware of what's going on right now. Like, they have no idea what's about to go down. I'm gonna fucking skin someone. Fuck it, let's try this shit. Let's see if I fucking echo everywhere. I figured out that I became very, very loud. Jesus Christ. I may or may not have shifted my microphone to 65 to 100. Let's just see how fucking shitty this is done. Does seem to work, though. Yeah, it probably would. That makes a lot of sense. I wish this fucking shit would actually fucking work. Power is typing out a lot here. I wonder if they're using their 100 token. Sorry for hitting you for shock on your arm, but I saw that sort of throwback there, and I'd rather not have that happen to me. So, hold up. So, Power, you decided to do a shock to cripple them. When before they had shown clear signs of like, trusting you more than the rest of the party. So instead of just literally doing a small static shock to tell them that you were there and get their attention, you decided to fucking cripple them. Anger makes people irrational. That sounds sick in the party. Yeah, but think of it like this: they did not trust you, and all like it's essentially the difference between like slapping their arm and snapping the bone in their arm. They might not be in a very good mood right now because they're very worried for Cyan. But I think deciding to disable their arm was a little bit much. Like, yes, they were angry, but still. Like, you've essentially what you've done is, to a child who's a little upset that you'd hurt their family member, you've crippled them. Like... That's a little bit mean. So, like... like... I understand that you know they're angry, and anger makes them irrational, but they're also a child who's very worried for their family member. If you would like, I can give you what, like, is going on through Red, so you can slightly understand this a bit better, if you would like. For why exactly these events have now played out the way they have. Because it could also help with you proceeding with caution here. I realize I'm helping your big friend over there right now. I just don't have more trouble coming with us than what that Shatter did. Guards are not fun. Correct. I'll go for a few. No worries, Minx. We'll keep trying to defuse the situation, which I'm gonna be honest is kind of funny for me. Finally arrived. Try not to be too long. I never got to see. Fuck yeah. You know what? Yeah, hold on. Just give you a bit of an insight power for this situation. As far as Red is aware, the party's randomly attacked. They've spent a day now with yous. Someone has, subswallowed a nuke. Which, you essentially giving back the nuke, may or may not have played a part in them eating it. Somebody had caused Cyan to have a spasm, black out, and somebody going towards Cyan, which they assumed had been to attack them. And now somebody's been, like, now you've crippled them. Like, at most, the best thing in here so far is spending a day with the party. I'm just gonna refresh this quickly. However, I'm gonna be honest, you're definitely doing a lot better than, the others would have done. Like, I'm surprised that you're deciding to try and, like, communicate this out and stuff. Everything is slowed down, this is not very good. Close that, close that. Close that. Close that. Yeah. Man, this whole situation is going fucking funny. I assure you that doofus back there will apologize for what happened. But will you let me help you with your friend? I have also begun to slowly approach. So you're essentially easing in towards them, approaching slowly. Is that correct? Yes. So what will it be? Allow me to help. Allow me to help them, and we all calm down, or will you continue to stand your ground? You've given a question. Interesting. Very interesting. You've given Red an option. You could either stand their ground and keep fighting, which will allow you to help. I wonder how the others are going to do with this. You know, I'm going to put this in the notes as well. Just so people are aware, just very quickly, so that way Minxos has a bit more time to hopefully get back. There, I just wanted to put the stuff in there for people. This is a very interesting interaction. You stop approaching and wait for Red's response. Because what they respond with will dictate my next action. So, what, you've sat in place, you're waiting for them to react to you. Whatever they decide to go do, decides on what you're gonna do. There is so much juggling I need to do to make sure this shit does not fucking blow up! Oh boy. Approach an angry Red, you've asked them to make an ultimatum. Sub is still blissfully unaware of this entire situation. They are just having a good time. For better or for worse. Most likely worse in this case. Power, I need you to make me an athletics check. This is an interesting thing for one-on-one, because it's also actually just in story as well, due to the fact that you would have gone alone. But yeah, make me an athletics check. This could go so fucking wrong if you... And not fuck 'em. Hold on, did you get a fucking 1 on the D100? How did you get a 1 on the D100? Oh, did you get like 001? Well then. So, that one doesn't go well. Oh no. Fucking hell. We've already gone very far downhill. Red has thrown a spear into the arm that you used to cripple them, which is, essentially thrown you back a bit as well. Like, it was a fucking powerful throw. The spear is also now in your arm, so essentially that arm is now also, crippled. You've both crippled each other's arm. Sub still has no fucking clue of what's happening. It is, like, 10 to. I should probably, like, think about getting my food sorted. Ah, it's fine. Maybe. Ah, it's fine. So what's your next move? I'll give you the option to try and interact before they decide to keep going. Interesting, interesting. Oh no. Oh, just give me a sec. think I broke it. Oh well. I'll just sort it later. Man, these windows are so fucking big. Okay, I'll fix this in a bit. I'll leave this longer now. So what are you ending up doing, Power? This has been a very interesting course of events. No, what? I think I just shipped something over by accident. I will definitely be thrown in here afterwards. I wonder what you'll do. You were typing a fucking thesis, my guy. Eye for an eye. Please do not continue with this needless violence. Even if they won't make it through the effects, it is no guarantee they will not have some affect from it. So please stand down. Also, before Red does the next section, what are you gonna do? You about to send a fucking meteor at them or something? You have an idea for your 100 roll? You have to tell me if his next action will be aggressive or not. Well, that depends on what you're going to do for the 100 roll. Because there's going to be the pacify them, then... Like, how exactly would it, like, change? Like, my guess is if it's not an aggressive one, you use it to kill the Sign Lizard, essentially. But if it is, you'd use it to pacify Red? Is that what it would be? Okay. Well, I'm meaning to figure out if I've got the, like, right idea. Because if it is that sort of an idea of, you know, if it is an aggressive one, you use it to pacify, you know. And yeah. But, fuck it, I guess I'll just find out. Yes, it is an aggressive one. They have violent intentions. Very violent intentions, in fact. Do be careful, because Selva is still here. Although they're not an aggressor, they are still here. And it is still their family. So if it is going to be to pacify Red, think about how you want to pacify them first. There is still a bomb in sub-stomach. This little, like, interrogation sort of a thing, like, sort of like hostage situation, I guess, it's going kind of interesting. Within reason, with an 100 token, you can literally shape the world to your will. As an action, essentially. But don't forget, your actions still do have an effect. So if you're going to sedate Red, you need to be careful with how you do it. There is a nuke in this situation. A full-on fucking bomb. This has been a very interesting session. I want to get emails for Snowsome. So what caused shatter? somebody getting scared. Somebody got startled. Because another person decided to do it. I don't think they really thought of the consequences of scaring somebody. Considering my kind you could use a 100 token to pacify him. And make him faint. So, he isn't an issue for the next 4 hours. I'll also healing Cyan to wake them up. So yeah, the spasm would still take effect. So what you're wanting to do is, if I'm reading it correctly, so you want to make Red faint, but you want to make Cyan recover fully. So you essentially want to just flip their states around, essentially. I will now take that spear out of my arm. It won't do much. Fair enough. So, you ready to figure out what happens now, Power? So, as your 100 token is, the ability to essentially change the fabric of what is and is not, you're able to flip the roles around. They're now awake. Red is now unconscious. So... Here's the thing. You've literally flipped the roles. Cyan's awake now. But what they get to see is you standing there. Red is now knocked out. Sub is still blissfully unaware of whatever the fuck is happening. Because they just don't really understand. And, Cyan is now awake. Sub's also fallen off of Red's back. So, you've essentially got to act quickly here. How exactly do you explain this all to Cyan before they decide to get out of here? From, well, don't forget, trust. Because they just spasmed, blacked out, and now Red's unconscious instead. So not only will you need to find a way to get them to listen and sit calmly to listen to this, before they can even react, you've also got to explain what's going on here. Don't forget, at most, it's been about a day. And they literally are just being woken up from you deciding that, you know, now you're awake! After they just spazzed out. To be honest, if you were literally anything else but a slug cat, you would not have lasted. Like a single fucking chance here. So this has been a very interesting situation. Don't worry about your little friend. I merely knocked him out due to the fact that he was being unruly, even if I did paralyze his arm. Are you sure you want to include that detail? Like, are you 100% certain you want to have that detail in there? Cause I think that would just make them more worried about the fact that you could paralyze them. Remember, you're saying this to somebody who's essentially just woken up from being fucking shaken. Please make sure the young one with a certain item. It's a fucking ball. I need to make sure I didn't overdo it with them. I'll also say what happened considering you got knocked out. You know what, just because I'm curious to see how you would do it, as long as your character does not get any closer whatsoever, I'll make it so that they're willing to hear you out. Maybe not fully trust you for all of it, but they're willing to hear you out at the very least. But if you get closer, they're fucking booking it. Cause, well, trust isn't really the best thing right now. But I'm curious to see how you'll go about this. And if you're on about subbing their fucking bomb, they're fine. They've just, like, hit their head, but they're perfectly fine. Like, you know, it's not gonna fucking set off the nuke. I feel like the idea of having races have special interactions with others is a very fun idea. I should definitely do this more often. I also... It is like 10 past 7, I really need to go sort out food. Like, I should really go and do that, but like... What happened? Cosband saw that? So, what happened was... essentially, the group had decided to go around the place and just walk around the city. Ori wanted to see if they could find any bookshops. They fucking failed at that. V's character had decided that they wanted to, startle, Minx. They did startle Minx, so much so that it triggered a knee-jerk reaction. Like a fucking, like, subconscious reaction to it. Like a sort of, like, automated response. And they they casted Shatter. Cyan got on that one on it, therefore meaning at, instead of it just being a very loud noise that would like slightly shake them sort of a thing, they instead got spasmed out from it. like, they full on spasmed out like being hit by a taser. You just very quickly while you're typing that out, I definitely need to go put food in before I forget to eat. So just type it out. I'll be back in just a minute or so. Shouldn't take too long. I'm back. There we go. Yep. And you're typing out a fucking thesis, my lord. Welcome back. Yippee! I've put food in the oven. I will not starve. Whee! However, we'll be in done like half an hour. You'll Jesus. You are just making it harder and harder to not make them immediately fucking flee from fear. You'll circle to. You got hit by a shadow spell, causing you to effectively have a panic attack and collapse. Due to this, Red over here decided to bash the one who got startled into doing the shatter. And it started a whole chain of events leading to this. So somebody got startled. Their automated response was a shatter spell, and it essentially spazzed them out. From there, Red bashed the one that did it, and started to drag Zion out. That's why they're now here. And you had been the one who had sedated Red due to their sort of anger. Is that correct? is there any more you would like to mention to them to try and make sure that they don't decide to run from breach of trust and trying to keep their family safe? Anything else you would like to add or try and, like, mention? This is a delicate situation, don't forget. And numbers can drop just as much as they grow. Like, yeah, they can drop as quick as they grow. As for why Red is unconscious, I simply swapped your current states so that we could possibly talk and mend the situation. Interesting. Very interesting. So I'm gonna put these both in just one thing so that way I can actually see what's going on in here. 'Cause, yeah. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, in total what you've said is that Mengs got startled, they casted Shatter out of a fear response, like, from being startled. This caused the reactions out of everybody. Sub was fine, Red got a bit damaged, but they spazzed out, causing the blackout. Red then ended up retaliating, pummeling the one that caused Cyan's condition, lashing out, and once they were able to, they had started to drag Cyan out to get him to a safer area. From this, they had attacked you after you tried to get their attention. So what you'd done is you'd essentially flipped the consciousness and unconsciousness effect in both of them, so you'd be able to talk to Cyan, who would be able to, at the very least, control himself a bit more than Red was able to. Hoping to try and see if you could get the situation under control and not have more problems come out of it. How would they be able to trust you, though? You've mentioned all this, but even if they were to trust you now, what's stopping the events from happening again? They are listening, but how can they actually believe your word? You've informed them of the events, but not of what's to come. Because if they were to go back with you again, if they were to give you a second chance, how can they tell that this won't happen again? Or worse, won't happen again? They're all quite tense right now. The only one that isn't really is Sub, because they're still blissfully unaware. They're a little puzzled, but they're still blissfully unaware. Very interesting this is. Typing out a big message. Interesting. Whew. Well, let's open up this can of worms now, shall we? I'm terribly sorry such events had to happen, but I do give the choice of either fleeing or coming back with me. But regardless of the choice, there's consequences for both sides. I doubt the protectors of this place would like what Red done, and will be looking for them, considering it would appear like he attacked an innocent bystander for no reason. So are you leaving or coming back for bigger pack numbers? So if I'm reading that correctly, you've outlined that you apologize for the slight stupidity, but the actions of the party that had led to this, you told them that you're essentially happy either way. If they decide to flee, you wouldn't hold a grudge, you would understand it, or they can come back. Both sides have taken a number. Stein was unconscious, Red almost killed 2 people. The people in this city, the guards, would probably be trying to find Red to essentially put him on trial for what's going on. As far as they could be aware, Red was just attacking people. And your sort of ultimatum was either leaving and being left to their own devices, with the guards potentially being after them, or to come back and have the security of the party on their side. Yep. And how could they be aware that this won't happen again? There is always the possibility. Like, if they go back again, all of a sudden, all of them get shattered but stronger. More stupidity leads to more damage done. You mentioned an ultimatum, but as far as it is, there's not really much of a reason to go back to the party yet. Apart from just more people. It just seems like apart from numbers, or, well, what's somewhat put them both on edge already, there's no actual benefit. Remember, they were cautious of you coming up to this place as well. At most, the only real sort of like good thing so far that has happened is you've provided a way for Sub to be able to see in the city. Now, not you directly, but like from the party. The party in total have attacked them. Now there's like paralyzed and blacked out Cyan. And well, just put them on edge, really. The only real thing they've really done is just giving them, like, giving Sub glasses, so they're not as affected by the lights here. And it's only been, like, about, like, 20 hours or so. Probably closer to since, like, 16. Like, you've sort of given the ultimatum, but you've only made one side clear of what's gonna happen. I should do more of these fucking situations, this is fun! This is also quite interesting as well. Might come in handy later. Why not? You never know. You'll make sure that what happened won't happen again, because it wasn't quite fun, especially tracking Red down, considering he managed to drag you and a little one here. Sub was on their back! But, like, they weren't dragging Sub along like they were some sort of, like, dead ragdoll as well. Like, Sub just sat on their back. It was just Cyan. But at the same time, it does kind of make sense, you know, not physically dragging, but, you know, bringing them with them. How can they be sure it won't happen again? You've given your word that you'll try and make sure it doesn't happen again, but if it does, then what? Are they just meant to accept it? Are they able to retaliate? Able to get payback? What will the actions be? How will it be dealt with if it does happen again? Because right now, all they've got is your word, but from the sounds of it, there's not really much of a choice that they can get in this. Don't forget, consider their perspectives. As far as all players are aware, V went to go try and check on Cyan to make sure they weren't dead. To Red, that was them going over to attack while they were vulnerable. There was lack of trust. So how are they meant to know that you won't breach this trust again? And if you do, what can they do about it? Would the same events happen again? Would both sides have to pay, like, the sort of debt to it? How can they know that your word is truthful? Does happen again. then you will not be followed next time. Not damaged. So what you're essentially saying is if it does happen again, you will fully leave them to their own devices. You will not pursue them, you will not approach them, you will let them be entirely alone again. If it does happen again. So they can come back, they can give the party a second chance, and if it happens again, they will be fully given, like, full freedom. They will not approach them again, they will not actively pursue them, they will not interact again. And you'll also make sure that nobody can even follow. So if it does happen again, there'll be a complete and utter no one's going along. They are able to fully leave, and they will not be, like, pursued to come back again. And what happens if they lash out? Like, if Red was to lash out again, what would you do about it? Would it be justified? Would you try and just make sure they weren't allowed to do it? Would you understand why they did it? This has been very, very interesting. So would, be the reaction. I'll use your own devices. I hope to make sure Red is calm down. And you can decide from there. If you decide to leave, I suggest you head southwest. There's a clear path out of the city. But if you choose to come back, descent will lead you to. Also, Red will not be awake for the next 4 hours. So make your decision soon. So essentially, you are now deciding to leave them alone. If they wish to follow you, they can. If they wish to leave, you're giving them the best direction to take to get out of here as quickly as possible. If they come back, you will try and make sure that things do not happen the same way they did. And if they do, it is not in any way hurtful to them, and that they are not, like, injured when they try to leave. And if they do decide to leave, they will not be followed, they will not be pursued, and they will be left alone. Well, here we go. It's a reverse ultimatum now. So, here we go. This is their response. So. Oh fuck, where's the chair at? Perfect. Oh, we'll just want to decide for now. I think this is there. The fucking chair's back. I'm gonna just shift this over. So that way I can put it somewhere. I'm gonna put it where it's not in the way. Just it is so I can see two response. Fair enough. Where can I put it where it's on the way? I know. Let me open up my notepad real quick. Okay, here we go. The ultimatum. From your words. I'm not really gonna do the accent clothes, nah. I don't think I really could. Not well enough anyway. We were on our own when your company decided to ambush us. When that confrontation was eased, your party has been nothing more than a threat and concern. For everything that has unfolded around us, you speak hollow words, Jester. But if you are to be believed, know this. It'll be in your best interests to find a way to soothe Red, for the rage within him will still remain. We will continue to follow you, so that your companions can explain to the city guards that it was... Oh, I need to find it, because it turns out WordPad is not very useful. But... So that your companions can explain to the city guards that it was The actions of your friends that caused this public disturbance, not ours. After that, the story may unfold from there. Fucking copy and paste sucks ass. But there you go. If you were to be believed, it'll be up to your party to decide to defuse the situations with the guards. You will also have a goal. To pacify Red before people to get killed. I think the food is sorted, but also have this first. Let's more off that the chicken be a bit more cooked. Sure thing, friend. Besides, I doubt the guards wouldn't leave without questioning. I would like to know what best to soothe his anger. Hold on. Yeah, my food is done. I don't know, what would be our best to see that? There might be something for next time. Because the whole party would be there, so you may know what's best to see the Red, but the others being there might not go well. Yeah, I think the others have all called it a night. But there has been quite a bit done in this session. Get signed. Reluctantly decide to come back. And yeah, we're able to leave this here if you're wanting to, since, well, it's only just me and you here now. Thanks to gotten preoccupied because of all sorts of shit going on by them. Or it's called in the night, and so is me. We've got a new person in, who's able to defuse the situation. I'm just not really sure where else this can really go, because, you know, the rest of the party was still need to be able to do stuff at this point. I food still needs to cook. What will soothe him will be for your group to discover. Though the teachings of our mother, I have never seen him spare a life that has wronged him before. Very interesting. Yeah, it might just be safest to just end it here. Just so that way the rest of everybody else here can also actually try and do stuff. Because it'll also be interesting to see how their actions go with this. Because you may be willing to comply. But the others might not. And then we'll see what happens next time. But wrap everything up. Go over a few other things just quickly. But I do need to just quickly get my food. Yeah. For some reason that is it. Done. Yeah, we did very well. Be back in a minute or so. Jesus Christ. Well, there we go. So, we've got... We have the foundation for the next session. Work again. Yay! Yeah. We have a foundation for the next session, which is... The group is reluctantly deciding to come back. Even the smallest of fucking, like, threats or anything could either send that person 6 foot under, or make them leave immediately. So, the party are going to have to be incredibly careful with what they decide to do. And once Red decides to wake up again, if you don't find a way to seize them quickly, it's looking at a full TPK. Because they will be angry. The only one that might get a quick and swift death, a sort of like mercy thing or whatever, would probably be you. Then again, you've also like paralyzed their arms, so like... But it'll be interesting to see how the party goes with this, with them being a very thin ice. We could just bind them. We'll have to wait and see. I don't think it was like that. Like, it could work. Depends on what you use, but that might just make them more angry. But yeah, we'll figure out what the party decides to do. It will be up to the entire party to try and calm down Red. Red would also probably be, like, in the lizard's mouth to be carried back, because Sub wouldn't do it. I don't think. Or even if they would, they would also be a little confused. They would also be very easily distracted. Nothing stopping them from doing it, but yeah. So they would come back to the group. They would have to be very careful. So was not that strong? Yeah, so Cyan would carry them. So, yeah. They'll be coming back to the group. It'll be on very thin ice. And the second that Red wakes up, you would essentially have to either immediately find a way to soothe them, or bind them long enough to try and soothe them, before they decided that yous would all look better as mutilated corpses on the ground. People are on a timer now. You have, well, so this entire thing, from the second you had sedated them and made them pass out, would say is maybe like in total like half an hour. Just for everything, from the responses to the reactions, all that stuff. So that leaves about 3 hours, we'll say, whenever like you get back to the party and all. 4 hours minus the time I spent talking with Cyan. For a minute I thought that was about to be like, 4 hours the time I spent. So yeah, whenever you get back to the party, you'd have about 3 hours to brainstorm ideas, to figure out what to do before Red wakes up. Now, to make this a little bit harder, and I will not tell you exactly how it would work, or how this would be harder, Cyan and Sub will not provide assistance in trying to pacify them. Not major assistance anyway, like they won't try and help hold them back sort of a thing, or actively tell you the answer. Try and do anything that would provoke them. Not only would that cause a combat to happen, since Cyan would try and get Red out of the situation as well if they were still unconscious when you decided to try anything, but that would also essentially mean you'd be fighting the Mimic, but with parental instincts. So yeah, all of a sudden, you've a goal now. You have to soothe Red before he decides that you literally need to be skinned alive. Well then. I'm happy they called us here. Unless you've got any questions that you essentially want to have, like, filled in about either of them. Or just about stuff in general. But otherwise, that would be about it. Whenever we get back, they'll be with everybody. And these will be on a 3-hour timer. Fail to play your cards right, people start to die. Or end up having to make death saves. Play your cards right, and you'll have 2 who are incredibly cautious of you and every action you make, and 1 which would be slightly uncertain about things, because they wouldn't be sure of what's going on. Although Sub is blissfully unaware of most things, both of their, like, family members are going to be quite tense and very cautious. That would definitely make them slightly concerned. They wouldn't really know what's going on, or what's caused them to be so on edge. So it's within the best interest of the party to calm Red down before Red essentially gets a chance or even an opportunity to kill. I'm gonna ask. This has been a very fun session. I like doing this. The session's been like 4, almost 5 hours. I see, interesting question. It's been a cool session. It really has been. It's definitely made me, like, think more about trying to use, like, the races of people, like, in these sort of situations where it's their race that gets the advantage in the situation. And just these situations in general, because this has actually been very interesting to see. Your question. So, when it comes to pacifying Red, will it be fine? Well, will they be okay with the group using a sort of restraint? My guess is so that way Red doesn't immediately go into feral mode, trying to tear open people's skulls and making them into a fucking necklace. If they are okay with it. So what you're asking Zion, essentially, just directly, is it possible to put restraints on Red, like, you know, using rope on a chair sort of a thing, so that way they can't just immediately make your necklaces and bones into a fucking piano? There's 2 outcomes to this. Either one, they would be okay with it, but Red definitely wouldn't. The difficulty. I don't know more about this side, but it's just like question power. How do you think the rest of the party's gonna like do with this? Do you think they're gonna do any well with this sort of a thing, or do you think they're gonna fucking flop the bag? A 100% find some way to make it work. And to be honest, that doesn't surprise me. The only one I think it wouldn't, like, purposefully make it worse would most likely actually be Minx. Because they would know at the very least when not to, do shit, but at the same time, that startle response is a fair enough reaction. But yeah. Chances are they might make it worse. They would try and, like, say something or do something thinking they would be helping, and all of a sudden, roll initiative, fuckers! Cyan is asking, how would you restrain them? And what would you use to restrain them? Because depending on what you use, and how you're gonna do it, like, you know, if you decide to put, like, a fucking, like, gag in their mouth so they can't even speak, and you're using fucking, like, zip ties and fucking chain to do it, I don't think they'd be very happy with that. But if it's like the simple thing of, like, you know, just tying their legs together, tying their arms together so they couldn't even fucking charge at you, or try and rip open your skulls like fucking confetti, they'd probably be okay with it. But what would you use? How would you do it? To be honest, you could probably just use Mage Hand and that would do it mostly. Minus the fact that they would have weapons. For the same reason, there's nothing stopping Mage Hand from being used to just hold them up in the air. Just upright, just out of distance of everybody. The mimic could also be used to restrain them. Hold them by the scruff. Hold them like a baby! You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later. Probably something that won't cut into their skin. Or maybe you. But if it does come to it, Mage Hand orders. Mage Hand on the scruff. So the idea of using Mage Hand, as both Cyan and Sub will be added, is due to the fact that it will make this slightly harder due to what your people have done, because, well, yeah. Although Sub would want to do it, they're just slightly unsure and wouldn't really know what to do. But you're essentially saying using Mage Hand on the scruff, or something that wouldn't dig into their skin. Or cause, like, rope burns. So kind of like a seatbelt sort of a thing. You know, just strap them into a chair. Just fucking click! We're going on a trip! But the only real reason why I would see Mage Hand being able to work is, by technicality, it is just a hand and not an entire arm. So they couldn't really rip it off. We'll be giving you the weapons regardless, considering I doubt you will let him out of your sight. Now, is that Red's weapons or your weapons? Like the party's weapons? Or both? Red's weapons and party weapons if forced to. Probably will. for the best chances of having it work out in the end, you would want to also give them your weapons during this. I'm just imagining this to be really funny. I'm just imagining, like, the party trying to figure this shit out and all of them panicking, but you being the only one who's actually deciding to think this through, Para. Like, they're all just trying to figure out what the fuck to do, and you're just like, you know, like, just simple, you just do this. To be honest, it'll also be very interesting to see how you deal with the guards. Because it's quite the commotion pinning somebody into the ground quite forcibly and almost pummeling somebody to death. Now we definitely get more than just the guard's attention. So, things could also go kinda badly if not dealt with in the right way. Next session is gonna be a fucking blast! Well, that's gonna be really interesting. Yeah, everything. I'll give you this tiny bit of insight. Just because they will not directly help does not mean that they cannot help. What I mean by that is up for you and the party to figure out. But just because they will not directly assist you in calming them down, does not mean that they cannot be used to your advantage. I don't think of them like tools, or else I'll doubt to get you fucking killed. Never mind them fighting you, I fucking would. But you can have them provide assistance as long as you are taking the initiative, if that makes sense. I'm gonna be honest, it's very interesting to see how people are dealing with the situation. Like, for the most part, none of them really know how you've dealt with this. So they'll only, like, see them coming back. They won't know, like, of the deal you made. Like, you're just gonna come back and be like, you know, we got 3 hours to make sure that whenever they wake up, they don't turn us into fucking confetti. Although I will also mention, if you try and use, like, violence to calm Red down, that will horribly backfire. So I'd highly suggest you get ready to essentially intervene anybody trying to do combat by, pummeling them. Before Red gets the chance. Because if anybody decides to think that, you know, you can use violence to solve violence, they'll learn real quick whenever their bones are turned into a fucking xylophone. They will be constructed into a new chair. And what's something you're afraid of happening in this next session, Power? Like, are you afraid of what the party will do? No. If any of them were to, like, fuck it up, who do you think would be the most likely one to do it? Minx, Ori, or... For the most part, nothing's stopping you from doing stuff, but like... Or even yourself, like, who do you think, so far, would potentially fuck it up? Minx on accident, or on purpose? Like, purposefully, like, fuck it up just because they can? Or that sort of a thing where they think they're gonna be helping, but then they fuck it up? Yep. That makes a lot of sense, knowing Ori. And then Minx would probably be accidental, because they know when to really sort of like step back and not fucking do shit. Like the Shadows thing. They didn't think anything like this was gonna fucking happen, but they did it because it was, within reason, what their character would end up doing from being fucking startled. Because technically speaking, they are still also somewhat new to the party. Yes, they've been here for like a few sessions, technically speaking. But still, they were also recent ones, so are you. Like, to be honest, hold on, yeah, let's think. I think the only two people who are still from the first session is Ori and Will. Everybody else is like joined in some part through. Also Echo, but they seem to have just tuned everything out. Not sure what they're up to, but what can you do? Comical Will. I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to this fucking interrogation, I'm slightly afraid of having you have the 100 in case you make a fucking meteorite come out of nowhere and you accidentally kill everyone. Because that is a possibility. Like, when I seen you typing, I was assuming that you would have also made a roll for, like, sort of, like, persuasion thing at the point. So I was having, like, rolls in my head ready for that as well. Like, every time you'd be typing. So, like, I was fully ready to have at any point a fucking meteorite come out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, everything's just going more downhill. But yeah, I think that would be everything. Would be funny. Just fucking wipes out the entire city. Well, shit, we tried. No, yeah. Minx definitely wouldn't end up fucking it up, because, to be honest, their response came from another action, not directly done by them, like, from the three. Ori would try and help and probably mess it up. No harm to Ori, but that would just probably be what happens. V is a bit of a wild card because they're like brand new sort of a thing, so we're not really sure how they'll act. And you're the only one who really knows what's going on in this situation. But the party will definitely need to be careful, because I'm gonna be honest, just from how the attitudes of, like, Red and Sub are normally, Sub would be the same, they're still just blissful and full of joy. But, to be honest, the fact that both Minx and V did not literally end up being torn open like fucking confetti cannons was because I decided I did not want to have two people fucking die out of nowhere. Not from a reaction that was not purposefully meant to be impactful to literally everyone. However, there was a very big temptation to kill people. I'm gonna be honest, I'm more and more tempted to be ready to do a fucking player kill. Or at least make them have to do death saves. Had they been lethal, had it been in a lethalized state, I would have used my 100 roll then and there. if that was the case and they were intending to kill, what exactly would you have done with it? Would you have also like knocked out Red? Or would you have immediately like essentially used it to have them locked in place? Like how exactly would you have dealt with it if they were going for lethal? Can't wait for the next session. I'm really looking forward to it. And leaving it on such a situation like this, even better. You know, maybe it might be worth it to do on Saturdays because we do get quite a lot more time. I know people sometimes just cannot do Saturdays and stuff like that, but I think it might be worth it to do a Saturday-Sunday sort of rotation. Because I think Will can't do Saturdays, but Minx can't do Sundays. So if we flipped in between Sundays and like Saturdays sort of a thing, both sides get to have D&D. But yeah, if they were trying to kill in that moment, how exactly would you have dealt with it? Don't forget Sub is still in the mix here. They might be the little guy, the Goofy Goober, the boy, but they would still also have a reaction to, you know, both family members being fucking comatose. They are still a child. So I'm curious. And then once all this is done, we can then wrap it up there. But yeah, might as well figure out all the answers, get all the questions done out the way. A little bit. Hurt and one causes the attack tenfold to be applied back. Now they'll be warned via images of their death if they do it. Will get worse and everyone in a 10-foot radius becomes disarmed. So, it would disarm everybody. It would essentially show them what would happen if they attacked by showing them literally dying. So those in a 10-foot radius would essentially cause them to have, like, if they were to stab somebody, they would literally have their organs rupture, is what you're saying. Those willing to kill will be responded with such actions that would result in death. That would raise an interesting conflict. Something you'll find out a bit more later on, especially with certain interactions. But that would definitely become a very interesting confliction. You've seen how attacks work against Sub. So Sub was on them as well, and Red would have been ruptured. If it was violent enough, it would then affect Sub. But due to how Sub is, the literal world shaping around to make sure they didn't get hurt, it would then have to make sure that the injury would not have happened, because then otherwise it wouldn't have hurt Sub. But then it would have happened, because they had lethal intent and tried to attack. So it either put, like, Red into a permanent state of constant agony, and, like, pain and suffering, until they would have passed out from the pain or died from their organs literally rupturing enough so that it would not have caused harm to Sub. Or it would also end up having Sub get injured from that, and that would not end well for anyone. Like, at all. And that also would not work well with the Mimic. The Mimic would also probably have gone down fucking hill real quick, and that wouldn't have ended well for anybody either. Like, it could have literally all gone downhill if that was the case. But that is an interesting way of doing it. You know, just traumatizing a child of their death. I was thinking something like slightly more like, you know, you would have disarmed them or had them, you know, just stuck in place sort of a thing. They'll get over it. Not really. I think that would make them more angry at you just showed them dying. But, like, I thought you were going to do something like, you know, you were going to freeze them in place fully. You were just going to have them be knocked out or something like that. Not decide to show them their death, and by hurting somebody else, they would essentially have their entire fucking body ravaged in pain. Like... That's definitely a fucking reaction to it. I'll give you that. Interesting. Like, that could have gone horribly wrong. Because don't forget, if that was the case, and like, Red would have passed out, Sub doesn't have any other family, you know. They would panic. And with panic comes that bomb. So, I think it's a good thing that they weren't made lethal. Or else that would have been a full fucking party wipe. Well then. Glad to know that the events could have ended out horribly wrong. Had I decided that the party had no longer had the right to live. Glad I didn't do that. The bomb is always something you gotta take into account. Absolutely. It is literally on one of the slightly emotionally unstable ones, I'd say, because they're either gonna be happy and blissful and you're fine, or the second they become, like, scared. Oh boy. That bomb is about to become a fucking factor in this shit. And worst of all, it's also got a tabby port attached to it. How that makes it better or worse is up to you to decide. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to go over. Unless you have any other questions. But I don't think there's anything else to get into. And we've been here for almost 5.5 hours. This is definitely a lot better to do, especially with how slow it can sometimes be, providing us with a bit more extra time. See, so that or needing to, like, start a bit earlier on a Sunday, but that's slightly problematic for everybody else. Just due to time zones. Yeah. If you don't have any other questions, Power, we can end it here then. You did well with the fucking, I guess, not really an interrogation. More like trying to defuse the situation. And if I'm gonna be honest, I think even if, even if another person was a slughead trying to do this, I don't think they would have been able to have handled it much better. Ori definitely couldn't, I'm gonna be honest. Not to be mean to Ori, but if they were in this situation, they would literally fumble the bag immediately. Yeah. Is there no other questions then, Power? No? Fair enough. we can end that here then. This has been a fun day. Did quite a bit today. 5 hours of progress, made it into a new city, had people interact with it, got a new person in. And then you almost entirely fumbled the bag. From a little prank. Like, I think this entire situation at the very least might have taken like maybe an hour and 40 minutes to fully do. A lot of interactions do seem to take quite a while. But if I'm being honest, I'm saying, like, we did definitely do quite a bit of progress today. Which I'm quite happy with. But yeah, with that, that is this now done. And then, yeah, we're able to wrap up everything. We can call that a day, and then it'll be a matter of getting ready for the next session. Which will involve figuring out how Red would deal with everything. And yeah. Oh, also, I completely forgot. My brain just zoned out and forgot to answer. But I've also just been given the reply I was needing to get on Sunday, I assume. That'll be the thing. I'll like present both options of a Saturday and Sunday and stuff to people. See what people are wanting to be like getting and stuff. Because I'm happy enough for either, as long as I know before the actual weekend itself. Like, if more people are wanting to do Saturdays, because it does give us more time to do it, then we can do Saturdays. But if people are wanting to do it again on a Sunday, then it'd be a Sunday sort of a thing. But I'll ask people what they want, because doing this on a Saturday, like we did today, it gives us a lot more time and a lot more wiggle room. Especially for a few little detours and stuff. But yeah. For the sort of like way of either like Mage Hand or the clipping in sort of a thing. But we lose Will. And that's what I was saying like about like the sort of like flicking between back and forth. I'll see what people are wanting, because I'll also present the option of the back and forth. Because that way both Will and Mings can make it, and it keeps alternating between the weeks. And if they ever can make it on the other day, that's a bonus. Yeah, I'll run through it with all the people. Like, I'll put that in the scheduling. I'll ask people what they like decide to do with it. And that way we can see how we approach these, because I'm gonna be honest, being able to do it on a Saturday, we've been here for 5 hours. The last D&D session was like 2.5 hours, I think. Like, that's quite a bit of a difference. This is almost 3 hours longer. But yeah, when it comes to your question of like, you know, them being tied up and all that stuff, like how they would deal with it, they would, Zion would rather it be clipped into like a chair, sort of a thing, like a seatbelt sort of a situation, than it would be Mage Hand. Simply because they wouldn't overly like the idea of essentially having Red be manhandled by somebody who's, well, already on like thin lines of trust. So they'd rather just sort of like clipped into like a seatbelt sort of a thing for the restraining and stuff. But with that, I don't think there's really anything else to go over. We did the session went well, for the most part. And I guess it's now just up to next session to see where you decide to go. I'm quite interested to see what the party does. But yeah, we'll end it here. Obviously, if there's more questions you have over the week, the questions area is still open. people can ask stuff in there. Hell, I might even just get rid of it at this point. Oh well. But yeah, with that, I'll wrap everything up here. I'll end the stream and stuff. I'll start planning out things for next session. And we can see what happens from there. See how the party decides to deal with Bread's anger. And how the sort of trust will end up working from there. Yeah, today's definitely been a lot of a fun day. Happy for everybody who was able to make it today as well. And I'm also happy for all the people that was able to catch the stream and tune into it. This has been a hell of a lot of fun. I can't wait to do the next session. But yeah. With that, goodbye everybody. Have a good one. Thank you for tuning in.